are waiting to be discovered across Wisconsin. Terms and conditions apply.
Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for basketball and hockey this season. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every one-timer and buzzer-beating 3 live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. Visit vividseats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt manning the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Get involved on the show. 314-399-9646 is how you can text in. Michelob Ultra YouTube chat is how you can talk it over with Jake Reynolds, the Bridgeton Landfill Fume Huffer, John Scores, Big Blonde Dan. Doug, do you pronounce it Shibbity?
I don't know.
Shibbity and Nick, is it Legate or Legate?
I just don't know.
Blues won last night. I would think you'd be happy as a hawk.
I am happy about that.
Happy as a hawk?
Well, I guess. You can't play any better than they're playing right now. Hofer was great. Stopped a couple breakaways. 22 out of 23 saves. Still scoring goals in big numbers. I think I heard They've scored more goals than any team in the league since the Four Nations. Yeah, they're fun to watch right now.
These are
really
low-stress games, too.
Yeah.
Normally you're kind of sweating it out.
Yeah, they're just in control right from the start. But both Vancouver and Calgary won last night. I mean, that didn't help. But Utah lost.
Utah lost.
Yeah, that helps.
They got skull pounded. Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Connor McDavid, how do you do? Jordan Kyrou, how do you do? How do you do, Jordan Kyrou?
Oh, he's doing fine, thanks. Yeah, another 2 goals last night. That's, 5 in the last 3 games? Yeah, he's really come to life.
Next 4 at home, boys. Vancouver on Thursday night.
Jackson,
Mizzou,
right at the same time as Missouri and Doak. How do you handle that?
You don't watch the basketball game, right?
The basketball game will not start on time.
And me and Martin are not here on Friday, so this is your show on Friday. How do you handle it?
I think it's easy, Doug. You handle the hockey game, I'll handle the hoops.
That's not bad. That was delegation right there. That's chief executive officer material right there.
You just step out of the room, kind of like the North Carolina AD.
Recuse myself.
You'll recuse yourself from Blues discussion because Doug will have noted all of it, and you'll have a full Mizzou breakdown when you come back from the break room.
Doug's a seasoned pro, so I can kind of just turn my brain off and let him cook, and then I'll come back to consciousness and talk about the hoop rock.
Okay, it's very easy to watch both.
How do you figure?
Well, get 2 TVs set up.
Mr. 2 screens. Well, it must be nice.
Martin, never anyone ever call you Mr. Two Screens?
South County living.
Kind of like it.
I think a lot of people have a TV in almost every room in the house these days.
Yeah, but they're blessed, mounted. Well, am I supposed to take them off the mounts? You want me to get my Phillips head out?
Okay, use your phone. Watch one of the games on the phone.
To stimulation. I have ADD. That's too much.
And you'll be streaming on your phone, right?
Yeah, he's going to be live on youtube.com/TMASTL, and I'll be at Intrust Bank Arena.
That sounds right. Well, I'm going to be...
And I'm going to be holding up my phone, watching Jackson while I'm watching the game right in front of me. You talk about the tournament.
That's what it'll be.
You want me to be watching the Tiger tournament game.
Put that on your big screen.
Blues on my phone, live streaming. I'm going to be like one of those one-man bands on the side of the street with the harmonica in his mouth playing the guitar.
Cymbals, monkey
Doug,
in his feet.
Doug, I bet you like those guys.
I like them a lot. That's what you want me to be.
Jeremy Rutherford's headline today. Blues set for, quote, massive game against Canucks with a fresh Jordan Binnington. They were able to put Joel Hofer out there against the also-ran Nashville Predators. He was able to get the job done, and it leads to this. The St. Louis Blues will play their most important game of the season. It's massive. Forward Dylan Holloway said the Blues are tied with the Canucks in the West, and the Canucks are coming to Enterprise Center, each with 75 points apiece. The Canucks technically have that second wild card because they've played one fewer game. And the guy who's going to be running point on this show on Friday morning will not be able to watch the game.
That's on you, my friend.
Not be able might be like actively not watching would be a more accurate term.
Why don't you just watch the hockey game in its entirety and try to find a newspaper on Friday morning to see how the Tigers did?
It's not a bad idea.
Yeah. Find a newspaper.
I don't know where you'd go, but there's got to be one out there.
Georgia Gonzaga plays before your squad.
Yep.
They'll run long. Tournaments are always...
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, tournaments are always
in Wichita?
Yeah.
I thought Georgia Gonzaga played after Missouri.
No, doesn't Tech play after Missouri?
3:30.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry.
So Georgia Gonzaga, 3:35 scheduled tip.
Right, true TV,
after
right?
SIUE stuns the world, they'll probably be on the court for a while, pushing everything back. Baroni! They'll be going crazy.
Right.
I think that your Mizzou 6:35 tip will flex a little bit.
7:05
So
maybe.
I've got you 55. I've got you watching at least 20 minutes of Blues hockey.
I'm going to take the under, not just because of Martin. I think your schedule might be off on that. And then even if that Blues game were being played in the courtyard behind Jackson's estate, I don't think you'd watch it. I'm just being really direct with the audience here.
There is probably a little intermission there where you can exit the building, but I was
They
kind
do
of...
the 2-session thing.
I
They
know.
do the
I was trying to talk
afternoon games.
Jackson into watching some Blues hockey.
But I never watched the
Okay,
Blues.
well, geez.
Oh,
But that's not
The
a
morning
shot.
after.
this is the Blues station.
I know. That's why you guys are here. Cook.
That's why you guys
Stop
are
telling
here.
me to cook.
That's not my forte.
Okay.
Know your role.
Well, Dinah, but you're in the
I'm
sports...
Dennis
Martin, they're
Rodman.
not happy with us now.
Hell yeah. The revolution has started.
Will there be a guest host Friday? I love Jackson, but it's kind of brutal on a big Friday. Not
Oh, that was a bait and sweet.
Come on.
That was a bait and sweet.
Did we reach out to Ablin? He's a fun vehicle.
fun vehicle.
Yeah.
Like a beetle?
Yeah. It's kind of like like a bug.
Yeah. I'd love to have Ablin
Trendy,
in.
snappy, sporty.
He's got the most
silly.
He's got the most. Dr. Brand Pryor would be very impressed. Like the whitest, beautiful teeth.
I beg your pardon.
I mean, Jeff Ablin. He's big smile. He's got these big white teeth. They're great.
Really?
Yeah.
That's why they used him to lure in the swingers down in Georgia.
Right, Albany, Georgia. Hot action.
Lure the swinger.
You can call in with your stories of hot action in Albany, Georgia. Collier and Thompson's phone lines, 314-974-0101. Chairman Kurt is standing by. I am heading to Wichita, Kansas. Doug, your hometown?
It's not really my hometown. My hometown is St. Louis.
Oh,
I
yeah,
never-
look at
How long
that.
have you been here, though?
I'm
I
sold
never-
on St. Louis. I'm sold. Kurt Ford.
I never lived in Wichita. My parents lived in Wichita. They moved to El Dorado, where I was born.
Okay, so you're not from here.
Nice, Martin.
Just
I
checking.
wasn't born here, no. Beaker. I'm a beaker.
Shut up, ravioli head.
Ow!
Larry Thornton just texted in. Martin, you might remember him from over at KSDK. And he says he has Zach McCrite's number if we want it to fill in on Friday. Doug, you remember Zach McCrite. He was on the
Just
station.
a big old guy.
Big old
I'm
fan.
just a fan, just like you.
Zach and the coach. They probably sat right here.
These very studios.
It's a big spring break
Who is
week.
has somebody been tapped to join you and Doug on?
Let's take suggestions. I like
Yeah,
that.
we'll take your suggestions. But Zach McCrite right there has been.
Yeah. Some seeds have been planted.
Let's
Oh,
go.
wow.
He's busy in Kansas.
Boy, how would you handle that if Missouri lost and Bob Fesco, who loves Rock Chalk Jayhawk more than anybody, would be in here just dunking on you after you had the YouTube stream with just a bunch of guys who hate this show, hate Missouri, are in there making you not go to sleep on Thursday night, and then you got to come in here and you get yelled at about not watching the Blues game and Missouri losing with Bob Fesco in here yelling at you about Kansas.
Oh, man.
That's Dante's Inferno,
I was
brother.
about to say, hell's a real place, and to be right here in the studio.
Oh,
Heaven is a place on earth. Belinda Carlisle, 89?
I'm using it as return music at
Friday
some point today.
dossier, then what's in segment 8-2 would be Chief Secondary. Are you
Okay.
concerned?
Well, we can talk Nick Bolton,
Yeah.
MIZ.
oh, you got a nice contract.
Brian Henson says free perk. What about gluten-free perk coming in on Friday?
That'd be fun. I'd be willing to have like a variety show. I'd just say anyone
Martin,
come
you like
in.
a variety show? Joey
kinda do.
Bishop.
Like anybody
yeah, I
can
remember
walk
Joey
in.
Bishop.
Like
Sales staff.
Kramer's apartment?
Yeah, custodial. Anybody.
Custodial.
There's a bunch of gluten-free perk texts.
That's
coming
the
in.
least
Wasn't
surprising
she
thing
on
I've
the-
heard.
You can follow her at gluten-free perk on the Twitter tweets. I think she did, 2 shows on TMA, I think?
Yeah, 2 or 3.
And they must
Two
have been
treat.
legendary.
Is there a
They
girl
were
next door running around out there?
Yeah.
Probably not in the industry.
Probably now approaching their 40s, candidly. It's been a good long run.
Of the year candidate from Jefferson County.
So many of them lost their grandmothers right before the,
It was
the
always
event night.
such a strange...
Attendance was optional.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. Let's see. You can text in your suggestions to come in on Friday because Jackson will not be able to watch the Blues and Canucks. And what is called a massive game.
It is massive.
And it is, isn't it? I mean, it's a playoff game. I mean, when you only have this many games left, every game truly matters. It's fun. And when you have 4 teams fighting for one spot, you got scoreboard watching to do as well. So, yeah, it is weird. You have a game like that against Nashville. Impressive. Jordan Kyrou, couple goals. Joe Hofer with some big saves. Dylan Holloway with the assist. I mean, there was a Jake Neighbors, Gordie Howe hat trick, although he said it's only on the score sheet because that really wasn't a fight after the Buchnevich hit. But all of that, and then you go, great. But the Flames go and beat the Rangers. Canucks get the win. It's a great win, beating the Jets like they did. So at this point, the Blues are not really in control of their own destiny at the same time. If they keep up the pace they've had since the Four Nations, God, it would be hard to imagine they wouldn't get in. Can they sustain that pace? Doug Vaughn says yes.
Yes, I think they will.
What does Money Puck say? Because Money Puck actually determines, much like Joe Lenardi, who gets into the playoffs. And the Blues are now up to 44.4% to make the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Oh.
We're getting to a coin flip.
I think they'll make it.
Doug, you know what's catching on is the Vaughn Index.
Well, I'm
Were you
sure-
watching the 2 Fox last night?
I wasn't, no.
What?
There's a miss on
We're
my part.
sitting out back.
Did you bring it? Did you bring it up?
Take a listen, folks.
19-win Billikens are playing tonight in the NIT on the road at Arkansas State. Hockey now. Here's the latest playoff math. Some people refer to the standings. I often refer to the Vaughn Index. Both incredibly similar. It's eerie. They tell us the Blues currently tied for the 8th and final playoff spot with Vancouver. The Canucks have played one last game. Flames have dropped a couple of games in a row. They are currently
Maybe not the greatest.
KG
texted and I said,
Where'd that audio
I
come from?
texted KG and said, if you can record it some way, somehow, which somehow he did. It's a little hollow. I love KG. He got it.
He's the chairman. Don't you come after the alliance?
You're about to get.
I can't see my rearview mirror.
Yeah.
I appreciate the audio. And I said the Vaughn Index, and nobody flinched.
Nobody looked weird at you like, what?
No, it was a full screen graphic of the standing with the points, and I said I like to call it the Vaughn Index. And I think if we just kind of groom the audience.
If you didn't like the audio, you'd figure a station like the 2 Fox, you might be able to grab something from the archives.
Chairman strikes back.
It was an unfair snipe, but I felt I had to say something. But I appreciate KG getting you guys the audio. As hard as it was to hear, I appreciate KG getting.
Doug, is that a violation of your non-compete to be brought up on
no,
2
it's
Fox?
Dan Caesar's going to write. Doug Vaughn returns a local TV.
He's back. Well,
Guys, was that recorded at Merrimack Caverns? Chairman
Oh.
Kurt, were you at Merrimack Caverns when you recorded it?
No, I was out in the Arnold Imperial area at my parents' house. A lot of damage out there, but we found a way to get the audio.
Look at that. They're battling through storm damage to get that audio. How about that? Tip of the cap, Chairman.
No, thank you for doing that. It was late notice, and I thought we need this for the show. You're right. A finally run operation like ours should have been able to get that audio. But I just wanted you to know.
I thought it was great, Martin.
Oh, thanks, buddy.
Oh, that alliance.
There we go.
According to Big Ten Talty, texting into the program, Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646. DraftKings has the Blues at plus 170 to make the playoffs. They have the Canucks at plus 125, so the Canucks are the favorite. Calgary is plus 300 and Utah at plus 650. So that is what you got as far as the odds in Las Vegas. Money Puck gives the Blues the favorite. For the record, the Canucks with their win last night, both with the Blues, 75 points. Canucks have a game in hand. They come to St. Louis tomorrow night for a game Jackson won't be able to watch. Calgary Flames at 73 points after their win in New York last night. They have 2 games in hand. And Utah losing. The only team of the 4 to lose last night, and it hurts at this point in the season. They have a game in hand on the Blues, and they are 4 points back of the Blues and the Canucks. There is your wild card standings in the Western Conference.
Blues are 9-2-2 since the break.
God, it's unbelievable.
I think Strick said something about Monty having that time with the team because he kind of got here on the run, inherits the team. You're sort of changing things on the fly. And nobody's been able to pinpoint it, whether it's Kerber, JK, friends of the show.
Everybody. Jamie Rivers is with us at 8:15 today on the Stiefel dossier.
Yeah, I don't think anyone can pinpoint what's happened. Maybe that 2 weeks. I think mostly had a break, and then they had some time together. But all of these pieces, and you go back to grabbing Dylan Holloway, none of us were breaking into programming.
No.
Then we got Holly. And even the Fowler trade, these moves that they made that didn't rock anyone's world, all of a sudden are paying huge dividends.
Did you listen to Curbside this morning, Monty?
I did. I heard most of it. I didn't not make it all the way through.
Chris Kerber said at the end of Curbside, so maybe you didn't hear at the end, he goes, it was something that at the time flew under the radar. But I think when you factor in what's happened with Parayko and what the Blues have been able to do since then, which, my God, I would have lost so much money because I would have never thought they'd be able to go on the run they've gone on since they've lost him. The Cam Fowler trade, which I think happened on a Saturday morning, kind of just out of nowhere, just like, oh, okay, whatever, has been one of the biggest trades in the NHL this year. And who would have thought that? But he is somebody that Doug Armstrong really wanted, had his eye on for a while. And considering everything that has gone on with the Blues since, and considering at the time, if you recall, you had 40-year-old Ryan Suter out there logging the minutes he was logging, what Cam Fowler has done and what it's meant for stabilizing the defensive unit has wound up being this incredibly huge trade, in addition to the table setter that did get a lot of attention in the summer, which, of course, the offer sheets to Broberg and Holloway. And then in addition to that, and I'm laying out kind of a contrast, which I think speaks to why fans are so into and buy into the Blues, where you have the negativity with the Cardinals because you have a contrast in organizational styles. You have Armstrong making that move. You have Armstrong with the offer sheet move, and then you have Armstrong. Yeah, it's not like it was Drew Bannister's fault, but Montgomery's out there. You go get him. And that shows aggression. That shows trying to make a team better. The Cardinals are actually trying to make their team worse, and they weren't even able to do that. So that, I think, is why you have fans' emotional investment feeling reciprocated with the Blues, whereas they feel like oftentimes with the Cardinals it's taken for granted. And those three moves have set the stage for what Jim Montgomery called. He just didn't see this coming. But to his credit as a coach, you have those 2 weeks, as Andy Strickland, it sounds like Martin was saying, that allowed them to implement this style of play that has played a role in 9-2-2 hockey. In addition to that, it should be pointed out, we were talking about that loss last Thursday night against the Pittsburgh Penguins. They outplayed the Penguins. They just got beat when it came down to it on the scoreboard. And then the other loss was against the Dallas Stars. 5-on-5, they outplayed the Stars on that one, too, if you recall. It was a couple Sundays ago, but it was their penalty kill that did them in with 4 PK goals. So overall, 5-on-5, this team has been flying around. And as you said at the outset, this wasn't really even there's not really a lot of sweat in these games. They're dominating.
16-4 over the last 3. And remember, for a while, they couldn't score. I think Bob Thomas said to me, well, it's hard to score goals. But they have been scoring at a high rate, scoring early. And again, you get the lead. These are tense games because you know you can't afford to lose. Yet they've sort of taken the tension away. Even they gave up the late goal after they scored, which is my pet peeve. Late in the period, after you scored.
1 second left. And Miracle on Ice game, Doug.
3-1. I'm like, oh, boy, here we go, Doug. A 2-goal lead, but nope. They just keep pouring it on. They add on with Kyrou, and you're getting all sorts of players scoring right now.
Morning, guys. I don't think the Blues are getting in. Thanks. That's from the total pack.
Stop it. They are getting in. They are getting in. We'll whip this Vancouver club. If not, we still got a bunch of games to play to whoop them. If they can just avoid a complete loss, a regulation time loss, they'll be okay.
4 straight at home, Doug. This is the time. This is our time. This is our town.
Time.
This is our building.
Oh, my gosh.
This is our season.
Herb Brooks.
I would think the building would really be rocking Thursday night, even if Jackson isn't going to watch. Yes, we can.
Oh, my goodness. Jamie Rivers is going to be with us coming up at 8:15. That is on the Stiefel dossier today. Also on the Stiefel dossier, the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That's Seth Goldcamp and Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling, longest running sponsor on TMA. And they are online at DesignAirService.com. Should you run into any issues, Doug, you wake up this morning and it's warm as the day is long. Well, guess what? We got a cold front coming through. The winds are going to be whipping. Wind gusts up to 26 miles an hour in the St. Louis area.
I like it.
And at 11 o'clock, it's going to be about 30 degrees cooler than it is right now.
Even possible snow flurries tomorrow morning?
That was reported by Pestis and Festus.
I think he was right. We sort of mocked him when it happened.
And then I looked up at the 2 Fox, and they had snow flurries in there. So Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling is online at DesignAirService.com. Martin's a client. Doug's a client. I'm a client. Seth Goldcamp will take great care of you. You got issues with your heating and cooling system. DesignAirService.com, sponsor of our email of the day. It's 7:19 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt with you on the program. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Oh, Doug, you wanted it, you got it. You ever call her Bindi?
Sometimes, yeah. Because she and I were very tight.
Was that in Miami, or was that just when she came through St. Louis to play Mississippi Nights?
When we traveled the 7 Seas together.
What year do you think this is? I'm going... I don't think 90s live, so I'm going to go 88 to get me 89 and 87. Ladies and gentlemen, Chairman Kurt.
1987.
Boy, that was critical.
Boy, that was close.
If I say 1989, I don't win.
No, you don't. You do not.
You think of the stress the Blues are under with all these games, and Tim just kind of went through that.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you. And I have to drive 6 hours to Wichita.
I heard Frank say last night he and Corey Miller are going to cover it for the 2-5, and they were leaving at
2-5.
And they were leaving at 2 a.m., he said.
Oh, gosh.
And Mike Bush even said, leaving at 2 a.m.? Like, are you going to Sauget first, Frankie? And
that's good.
he said it's a 7-hour drive, and they wanted to be there in time for the workout this morning.
Is it a 7-hour drive? I got a bait and switch on this even longer than I thought.
That's what he said. Now, Frank likes to
Has
stop
anybody
for
driven
food.
to Wichita? Doug, you've driven to and
Yeah.
from.
Like I said, when I was young, like in the 60s, it would take every bit of 8 hours. I don't know if you can go faster now than what we did back then, or without 3 kids in the car, you don't stop as much. I don't know.
If you Google, it says St. Louis to Wichita, then it says St. Louis to Wichita with kids. It's 2 different. It says 6:29, 6 hours, 29 minutes, 442 miles. Frank was allowing for a snack, I think.
Gonna have a little treat.
Well, you have to stop.
I was proposing to my family. I said, how about, well, it's just me and my wife and my older son, the 3-year-old, not making the trip. And I said, maybe we go to Kansas City, stop there, and then we'll make the rest of the drive on Thursday, like drive to Kansas City today. But that means my in-laws have to watch the 3-year-old for an additional night. Of course, if Missouri were to lose to Drake tomorrow night, I don't think we're going to spend the weekend in Wichita. I know some others might choose to take advantage of the opportunity
Be a
to
big miss.
see the sights and sounds. But I think we would probably turn around and head back, which would mean I'd be driving 7 hours and back-to-back days or 2 out of 3 days.
You can get to Kansas City quickly now.
That's what I'm saying.
you
and
go
then I can drive
80 miles an hour.
3 hours.
Yeah, it's not bad, Kansas City anymore.
Could stop in Columbia, get my degree.
Yeah. Well,
By the Sigma Chi House for a bump.
Unfortunately.
Oh, are they off campus again?
Yeah, although
think they're back.
I hear tell we're making a every 5 years. Halley's Comet, I think, is every 80 years. Sigma Chi House in Columbia every 5 years. Zai chapter. Zai till I die. Why ask why? There it is, Matty Moss
Just a
dropping by.
minor hazing issue. It's fine. They'll clean that up.
You can get involved on the program, 314-974-0101. That is how you can call in the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Text in 314-399-9646. Email in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. Eric in the Central West End. It's going to be a quick trip, Tim. Mizzou will lose. That's Eric in the Central West End.
did I see Dick Vitale picking Drake again?
He loves Drake.
Boy, that would be a bitter loss for Mizzou. Wouldn't it? Bitter.
I want to be the first one to say that the person who has watched the most college basketball in this studio is without question Jackson Burkett with Duke class of 2016. However, having watched a lot of Illinois, having watched a lot of Missouri, I am of the opinion that as far as ceilings and floors go, upside, downside, whatever term you would want to use, I think both Missouri and Illinois are two of the teams that have the widest deltas of performance and then therefore ability to run deep in the tournament, all while at the same time having the ability to both be done by the time Friday night rolls around. Missouri playing tomorrow at 6:30 and Illinois playing on Friday evening. And so when you have the ability to go to Gainesville, who I would imagine will be picked by the most fans filling out brackets, Florida or Duke, would you agree with that, Jackson?
Florida or Duke.
That you can win in Gainesville and play Duke. You can beat Alabama, a 2 seed. You can do what they've done, but then at the same time lose like they did to Oklahoma, lose like they did to Vanderbilt, lose like they did to Kentucky, all rounding out the season. It's an incredibly wide delta. And then you look at Illinois having the run they had, beating the Big Ten tournament champion Michigan team like they did. But then, getting blown off the floor in New York against Duke and then in the Big Ten tournament by Maryland, you're talking about, in each case, a team that I think both of them can run deep and both of them can be gone in the first round. And I don't think, I realize that you can say that, I guess, about a lot of teams, but in both cases, I can see both going to the Final Four. And I know that sounds ridiculous right now because it's not in vogue because Missouri's coming off of a bad stretch. But I really do believe that, and I think the same thing about Illinois. The issue for these teams is they have to play 4 consecutive games of their high-end performance with avoiding one of their crappy games, and that will be the test.
I can't see Mizzou going to the Final Four. I just can't. My
God,
my
he's
heart
got
is
the
with
Blues in as a lock, and Missouri.
I mean,
have fun on Tiger Board today.
I'll be rooting hard for them, but from what I've seen over the last couple weeks, they don't look like a Final Four team to me. They might get a win, 2. Final Four, I think that really
Jackson's ready to jump across this dais and scrap with you.
No, I mean, the NCAA tournament is so wild. You never know. One bad game, one bad half could be the end of your season. It's, in all honesty, like a silly way to decide a champion, but it's the most electric and awesome thing, in my opinion, in American sports. So I love it, and I wouldn't change a thing about it. But yeah, you have to get hot at the right time. You saw UNC with a big win last night. They shot almost 60% from deep. Mm-hmm. Like, you're not going to... A Power 5 school is going to lose very few games when they're shooting almost 60% from deep and their best player goes 6 for 6. Like, it's just not going to, you're not going to lose many games. But how many times can you do that consecutively? What's your floor? What's your ceiling? Missouri has shown wide deltas. So is Illinois.
More shocking, Mizzou gets to the Elite 8 or they lose to Drake. Which one would surprise you more?
I like that question, Martin.
Oh, nice question, Martin.
I don't want to steal from Jackson's,
that would be
dossier, but I think that's
beating Drake, likely Texas Tech, and then St. John's after that.
Would that surprise you more?
My honest answer is Missouri getting to the Elite 8.
Would be more surprised. Like them losing to Drake wouldn't surprise you.
Yeah, because we've seen what I said at the outset of the conversation, the wide delta here over the last few weeks in particular. The issue is they played their best basketball to date more in the January, first half of February section. Since the second half of February and early March, we've seen them look like a pedestrian team.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
Illinois, ever since the Duke game, they got it going, but then they got blown off the floor by Maryland.
Right. You're right on, Tim, where it's like the deltas are super wide. For like teams, I can't speak necessarily like 12, 13, 14 seeds. I don't know how they're doing.
Doug wants to talk about High Point.
Yeah. I know Doug's really into
like
Grand
High Point.
Canyon.
I think they can get to a Sweet 16.
I don't know.
But they're going to have to get past McNeese State, who's going to knock off Clemson in the first round. UC San Diego, I really like that club. I think they make a run. Watch out for Grand Canyon. They could make some noise. And Robert Morris. I mean, nobody's talking about Robert Morris. Thanks, Seth.
I just think the Tigers, go out there with the confidence that you can beat anybody. You've proven you can beat anybody. Don't be scared of anybody. I don't think that was my thing.
Don't be scared.
Okay, I won't.
But middle of the season, that's why I thought this team could do something special, is because I felt whenever I watched them play that they weren't playing scared. And then there was moments towards the end of the season where, like the Vanderbilt game, where I think they just kept shooting themselves in the foot, and that's not what I saw during the first part of the season. So I hope they're more of that than the latter.
When you're a team with a wide delta, chances are you're going to see that wide delta in the tournament. They're going to play great one game and then stink it up the next game.
Right, but great teams figure out ways to win when they don't play great.
Maybe great teams do. I don't know that this Missouri team is a great team.
Jackson's about to jump across the dais.
That 7:33 on March 19th.
What the heck?
Why right there did you give a time code?
I have a lot of receipts saved.
Martin.
Not
Coach
on
Drink
Doug.
over here.
Not on Doug necessarily.
That's Drink.
You got receipts?
That's not the first Doug receipt, but that's one of Doug's receipts. But there's a lot more than that.
Well, you have to be honest about it. This
He's
isn't
a Mizzou
this isn't a great
It's your
Missouri
perspective
team.
team.
You think it's a great Missouri team?
I think it's the best team they've had since 2012,
But does that make it a great team?
relative to the last 15 years.
But it's only relative to the competition that matters.
But what's he said that's so out of line? Love Jackson, part of the alliance. But what has Doug said Doug has not said anything that outrageous. He'd love for them
it's
to
more
win.
rational.
But he's
I'm not rational right now, Martin.
all right.
We're 24 hours out.
Wow.
You think rationality is going to come to the table?
Look at this.
I know you'll be watching the Blues, and I know you'll have the tournament on, but if you can somehow have the YouTube stream on of Jackson, I'm dead serious. I don't know. I've heard the Colonel bitching about the wireless signal in this building. But I'm dead serious. I will have my phone up in front of me as I'm at the game watching Jackson's live stream. And the thing is, it'll be, I don't know if I'll be 5-10 seconds ahead.
Probably 10.
So when I see something, I'll be able to like go, hold on a second. Let me take a look at this live stream to watch the reaction.
Like a clear block that'll call a charge for Drake.
That crap drives me up the wall
God.
on both sides. And then the official oversells it because he knows it's a 50-50.
Anthony Robinson will get a charge called on him that is just BS. That's a promise. And
Let him play, Zebra.
That's when I'll freak out because Anthony Robinson can't pick up fouls.
Only 30 minutes in, and I've heard this guy say wide delta about 20 times. I'll give you a wide delta. Go, Drake! That's the 618. I don't know if that's a Drake fan or just a number of people pulling for Drake, and then they might become Texas Tech fans on Saturday, or baby UNC Wilmington.
Wilmington? What did you say?
I said
correctly.
I said it properly.
You are in the state of Kansas, so I would assume there'll be some non-Mizzou backing in the building just for the heck of it. Doug State will be pulling against the Tigers in that building.
I mean, Iowa's not super far from Wichita either.
No, Des Moines not too bad of a drive.
I think they would travel
What are tickets going for? I got to get that taken care of. Oh, is that right?
I saw someone post yesterday like $25.
$25? Sweet.
ESPN says as low as $91.
Sweet.
But we've seen that.
There's a wide delta.
What's the
Another wide delta. There's wide deltas everywhere.
$15 or $91. That's a wide delta.
I brought up I getting banged on one of the apps. I won't name it. People probably will know which one I'm talking about. But then a bunch of guys texted in. I assume guys, Doug. Some people think we have ladies texting.
We
in.
don't really.
Yeah, saying that there's this app or this ticket place that doesn't bang you like the other ones do. Do you know which one it is? Mm-hmm. Okay.
I don't know if no free ads.
Shot at Joey Vitale's call-ins on Friday.
With that, we no free ads because Joey takes all of them.
I'm seeing tickets on one of these sites. I guess we can't mention them.
Yeah, apparently not.
It's like $100 or more upper deck in the corner, in the corners.
Jackson's got $25. You got $100.
Are you out on the right session?
That's what it says.
I would
Drake
think
versus
that,
Missouri.
Don't you think that town would gobble up any available seats because it's the biggest thing happening in a
Yeah,
while?
you're probably right.
I mean, I love Wichita.
I thought I saw a tweet yesterday that the tickets are really cheap, but maybe I was misled.
Guys, TickPick doesn't charge fees. Well, then how do they make money?
I don't know.
Probably included.
That was crowdsourcing. That was business model crowdsourcing, and it's just not fair. James Carlton's business model is simple. Here's some great customer service. Is that good for you? Good. Then come and switch to me. Perfect. That's what you should do. I did it 6 years ago. 314-961-4800. Type his name into Google, and you are going to see now 417 5-star reviews for James and his staff in Webster Groves. Online at carltoninsurance.net. This is a rhetorical question.
Okay.
Did your insurance go up year over year? There is a very good chance that it did. So you have nothing to lose by taking, I would say, probably 2 minutes and calling 314-961-4800 or going online at carltoninsurance.net and seeing if James' staff can save you money. And I would place a wager that, a good amount of times, they're going to be able to save you money. Plus, you're going to have the best customer service you can find in insurance in the St. Louis area. Local and with a focus on service and making sure you get answers, and proactive in addition. They are looking for ways to save you money, so oftentimes I'll get texts going, hey, do this, you're going to save money on your insurance. I've been with them for 6 years. They'll do all the paperwork for you. When you make the switch, it could not be easier, and you'll be so happy that you did it. James Carlton, Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency in Webster Groves, online at carltoninsurance.net. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Going to Florida, get a great price on a flight that'll get you to all these great destinations, whether it's Fort Myers, the Orlando area, Fort Lauderdale, Destin. You can do all of that out of Mid-America's St. Louis Airport, located in Muscuda, Illinois. You park, walk in, you're at the gate, through security, all of that in about 15 minutes typically, from parking the car to getting to your gate. Think about that. The convenience of Mid-America's St. Louis Airport, unbelievable. The pricing and allegiant to all these great destinations, including Hilton Head, Knoxville, Las Vegas. Looking to book a trip? Get online. It's flymidamerica.com. Also great savings for our veterans. Again, just across the river, saving money, and instead of loading up the kids, driving 12 hours to Destin, fly there. About an hour and 15 minutes. Great deals, convenience. It's unbelievable how much money you can save flying out of Mid-America St. Louis Airport. FlyMidAmerica.com. It's convenience. Parking less than $10 a day. You park, you walk in. It's so simple. Find out more. Book that flight at FlyMidAmerica.com.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The second half of the first four will be right here on 101 ESPN tonight as American Eagles taking on Mount St. Mary's. That pregame's at 5:30, tipping at 5:40. And then Texas and Xavier will tip off at 8:10. Winner of that game will face off with the Illinois Fighting Illini. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Jackson's having a big day on his return music. First, Belinda Carlisle. Mm-hmm. What's the theme here on Wide Delta Wednesday? You're calling it
Wide Delta Wednesday. I'm picking some of the most universally loved songs.
And Heaven is a Place on Earth by Belinda Carlisle is one of the most universally beloved songs.
That was mentioned in the first segment, and I reminded myself how much I love that. And so I was like, well, what do the people love? And I think people love Dancing in the Moonlight. I know Doug does.
Yeah, it's okay. I don't know that it's universally loved.
Do you know anyone who doesn't like it?
I haven't really asked a lot of people.
All right. Well, maybe you should do some canvassing.
Oh, God, there's still a lot of... You are...
a lot of tension.
Because it's the
You guys
Mizzou
might wind up
game.
making out with each other on Friday.
I'm trying to be positive.
No, I think it's the Mizzou...
Yeah,
take by
that's
Doug.
right.
You've got an edge towards him that you just...
Not
just
true.
A little undercurrent there.
I've never had an edge against Doug. When he took the wrong turn when we went to Rocco's Tacos and they added 12 minutes to our trip, that was one time where
That's
I was a little
spring
frustrated.
training reset.
Yeah.
That is a spring training reset. King Harvest, the band that did Dancing in the Moonlight, but this stands out to me when I looked them up. They're a French-American rock band?
French-American? What is that?
I don't know. I'm just reading.
Like from Montpellier?
Ithaca?
Okay.
And
not,
the French
not
did
far.
take that over at one time.
Maybe they're from De Pere. That's
Well,
French, right?
Ithaca, would that just be, how close to that, to Quebec are we there?
You're
terms of-
crowdsourcing.
Yeah.
Ithaca's in New York.
Cornell would be located there?
Yeah, Cornell, Big Red, Andy Bernard.
Red?
Okay. A French-American.
Tim, just for your family, the Riverwalk in downtown Wichita is actually pretty cool. Exploration Place is a must-see. Sedgwick County Zoo is really nice. Air Capital Aviation Museum is awesome. These are fun tips for you.
Yeah. I'll be at a bar on Friday drinking, and hopefully my son can take a pull off of my whiskey.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, the bonus, the
we'll
Wichita
just be
Wings.
gambling.
Wichita Wings play Friday nights.
They're still around?
That's what I don't know if they're
I haven't
making
seen him since Don Ebert and Carl Rose went up against him at the arena.
I got to look it up.
You would do that, wouldn't you? You'd take your son to an indoor soccer game while you're there?
Sure.
Yeah, okay.
Did I give up a tell there?
Sounded like you weren't too serious.
Yeah, they're coming off a 14-4 win.
You know who's from Wichita? Barry Sanders.
Oh, nice.
Malcolm Briggs.
Is he really?
Caleb Grill. Yeah. I think we did this list a couple weeks ago.
Caleb Grill finna go off tomorrow night.
Need it. Bury him.
Are you going to come in and just talk crap to Doug when Missouri wins?
No, kidding me? Job's not finished. Kobe Bean.
Well, I hope they win. They're favored to win. They should win.
He's got a wide delta.
All right, how about this, Doug? What would surprise you more? Missouri in the Elite Eight or the Blues get to the second round of the Stanley Cup playoffs?
Mizzou in the Elite Eight would surprise me more.
How about that? Jackson Burkett, your response.
The Blues are playing as well as anyone in the league right now, and Missouri is not at all.
Why do you hate wins against Mississippi State?
I don't hate them.
You've got one day in Wichita.
Yeah, for real. I'll crowdsource that. What do I do on Friday in Wichita? There's a chance I'm driving back on Friday from Wichita.
Yeah.
Mike Kelly will probably be there.
For sure.
I would think so. What the hell
I would
else is he going to be
hope so.
doing?
I don't know. Sometimes, I don't know.
Sometimes what?
I don't know if the radio deals change during the tournament. I don't know what the deals are. I'm not
on my ass.
I'm not classically trained.
They would
I
still
watch on
have local
television.
radio. They'll still have local radio for the NCAA.
All right, just making sure.
Guys, Des Moines to Wichita is 389 miles. Thanks. That's in the Pensacola Porpoise.
That's nice information to have since none of us will be coming from Des Moines.
Well, I think he's letting us,
Columbia Beaver.
they're a little bit closer, Des Moines is, than St. Louis. Although
Will that
Columbia,
impact this tournament?
No.
You don't think so?
No.
What about the coach perhaps thinking about that Iowa job? Maybe he's distracted.
I have to tell you, I do wonder about that. There is this is a little intangible when it comes to wagering. When a team is playing with their coach being talked about leaving, it does impact things. It's funny you bring that up, Martin. I don't know how. I was surprised that Indiana moved as quick as they did.
I did too.
What a tough couple days for West Virginia fans. First off, there were 100 and, I don't know, bracket matrices. I'm not familiar with these. Okay. All I pay attention to is Joe Lenardi because he's always right.
He isn't.
And but I guess there were 117 or 110 bracket matrices. And West Virginia was in every single one of them. Sunday night rolls around, they're not in the tournament. Tuesday rolls around, they lose their head coach after 1 year. He goes to Bloomington.
Yeah,
How do you do?
Rough. Tough time for them.
It's a bad look for him, but it's also Indiana. Like it's a tough no. You only had 1 year at West Virginia, but you got a chance to go to the Big Ten.
Yeah, I mean, I get it, but
it's a bad look.
But that job has so much baggage attached to it, and people don't care as much about your legacy and as we get further away from them being relevant, like the legacy diminishes a little bit. It's like more like how much can you pay me?
Wouldn't you rather be, even with that said,
yeah.
wouldn't you rather be the Indiana coach than West Virginia in basketball?
Yeah.
Even though he looks like a heel, you spent 1 year and you bounced.
You can't be a Power 5 college basketball coach without having a thirst for competitiveness, and a challenge like trying to reestablish Indiana as a blue blood is a great challenge.
I think now that the players get paid and they come and go every year, it doesn't look quite as bad when the coach does it.
Oh, well,
it used to be the coach would recruit all these guys, say, yeah, I'm going to be your guy for the next 4 years, and then he's gone 6 months later.
Yeah.
But now the players, they bolt for a better deal.
Yep.
So it doesn't look quite so bad on the coaches now.
Oh, for sure. I never got mad at coaches or players for doing what's best for them.
I know.
Guys, Doug has always said that the local weathermen in Wichita are good kissers. That's from Eric in the Central West End.
Not one time have I said that.
I'm television's own Doug Chandler Hill.
Never I am.
So,
I couldn't give you the name of one Wichita weather person. Not one.
Ooh, so that's really
ever.
slutty. You just hook up with them out knowing their names.
I've never met them.
Your words.
I banged the weather guy down in Little Rock.
Oh, that was you.
Yeah.
Not me.
That doesn't mean that you didn't hook up in Wichita. It just means I hooked up in Little Rock. That's all. I am looking for something to do on Friday, and if that's one of the local weathermen, then so be it. I'll say to my wife and son, I'll be out for a few hours. Where are you going? Hooking up with a weatherman.
You're just going to hang outside one of the TV stations when someone walks in and you think he's a weather guy, you'll say, hey, Stormy, what's up?
There is a venue called Exploration Place. I don't know what that means. Tim's like, I'll be back. I'm going to Exploration Space.
That's where I'm going to be on Friday. Hey, this game on Thursday night you got Missouri playing at the same time as the Blues, and it sets up for playoff hockey in downtown St. Louis. Both the Blues and Canucks at 75 points. And here is Blues head coach Jim Montgomery saying the boys actually didn't necessarily have the usual play last night, and that they were still able to win in what was a pretty sweat-free game in Nashville. Jim Montgomery here on 101 ESPN.
Yeah, it was a real gutsy effort. It didn't feel like our players had their regular juice. We were, you just could tell by how short the shifts were, but they dug in and made hard plays in hard areas. And I thought, our penalty kill was excellent. Our goaltender was excellent. Our decor was fantastic. They just kept killing plays and making poised plays to get us out of our end repeatedly.
Okay. I didn't notice that they didn't have the normal jump. They looked great to me.
I know. I was thinking the same thing. I mean, Falk's goal was...
And who knows more about hockey, us or the head coach?
I agree with you. I think it could come off wrong to the audience for us to be honest and say we obviously know more about it.
Yeah.
I can't skate, but my child played mini might.
Doesn't matter.
And once I kind of got to see the 6 and under play, I felt like, okay, I could coach in the NHL.
Yes. Yes is the answer to that. You could.
Thank you.
So who does he think he is judging the play of his players when we're here to say they played pretty good? I don't know what kind of job security he's got down there at Enterprise Center.
Got a 5-year deal.
Better be careful.
Mike Yo used to tell you after a bad loss, the only guy who played well, and he would name a name. And then I think he could feel himself saying, okay, now I'm going to piss off the whole room. And also, and they would add another guy, and they'd say, when so-and-so played pretty well, he started with, he was mad at the whole team, and the only guy who played well was the goalie. Well, I thought Falker did a good job and Shanner did a good job. Like, he would add on, I think he was a little nervous about calling him out. I don't think Monty would mind saying, when they do play like crap, just calling them out by name. I think the biggest winner, if this team makes the playoffs, I think Armstrong is going to get a lot of credit for making the Montgomery move, adding Fowler, the Broberg-Holloway deals, because, as Tim pointed out earlier, the Cardinals are in this kind of transition period. The Blues are admittedly in a period where they're trying to kind of on the fly retool a little bit without going into the tank, kind of resetting the roster. If you can do that and have a playoff push and potentially be in the playoffs, and there's also a really well planned out Armstrong succession plan. Chaim Bloom is somewhere in Florida.
Not available.
Not available till, I think, October. Now, granted, to be fair, Steen doesn't exactly sit down and hold press conferences. No. And he never really liked that anyway. So when he's the GM, I don't know that he'll hold a lot of press conferences. But Armstrong could get a lot of credit here, in particular with the contrast of the Cardinals. I think if they get in the playoffs, Armstrong is going to get a lot of credit.
Something to keep an eye on. I mean, it's certainly... It wouldn't be considered likely. I don't even know what percentage it would have with the Blues. For those of you just joining us, they're now up to 44% on Money Puck to make it into the playoffs, and they are the favorite of the four teams fighting for that one spot. Something to keep an eye on. And the Blues clipped them on Saturday night in their home building. They're only 6 points back in Minnesota now. So who knows? But, you know, obviously if Minnesota falters down the stretch, they have 14 games left. Blues have 13 games left. That creates another opportunity to get in, because one of these four teams most likely is going to get in and three are not. But if Minnesota falters, that opens it up. Meanwhile, the Kings are sitting at 81 points for the Pacific Division, and the Wild sitting there at 81 points. Avalanche are at 85, third in the Central. The thing that for me, full transparency, I would imagine other fans joined me when this happened on that afternoon when you found out about Colton Parayko. I was like, okay, that sucks. That's it. Oh, well, you know, I'll turn my attention to Missouri and hoping that they can shock the world, because at this point now there's no chance that the Blues can make the playoffs, and they have done nothing but win or pick up a point in every game, minus that Pittsburgh game. And Jim Montgomery was asked about it, how this team has been able to surge even without the guy who's played the best for him this year. And this is what he had to say.
All right, let's hear it.
Team effort defensively overcoming the loss of a great player like Parayko, and team defense, you know, this is a team game. And when all players dressed are committed to playing the right way, you can overcome losses of elite players, and obviously we'll just be better when he gets back.
Yeah, and that's the other part about it. And I don't know if I was listening to the broadcast and they were talking about it, or we asked...
It was Kerber the other day.
Kerber,
he was like,
right.
for sure. I said, would he be back?
Would he be back?
Basically, yeah, absolutely.
I mean, think about that. God, I'm telling you.
It looked like he was walking around okay in that chin ceremony the other night before the game. That was a big difference in walking around okay and playing NHL hockey.
Right.
But at least he's up and around.
It's something else, man. It is. It's something else to see. Not just, and again, Jim Montgomery himself said it. He goes, I kind of figured if it didn't happen by January 10th, and I don't know why he set that date, but that's what he said following one of the games this past weekend. Then I figured it just wasn't going to happen. But what does it say for him as a head coach that in the middle of the season, he has the same team that he had going into the Four Nations break, and they come out of it, and they're playing like this? I mean, that's something that you want, you know, coaches, I think, more often than not, catch more hell than perhaps they deserve. And then oftentimes I do think maybe they get too much credit, especially if they become kind of legendary, then they become invincible. But look at what's happened in the middle of the season with essentially the same roster up until the loss of Parayko, and then they come out of it at that time where they have a chance to work on some things, and look at the way that they're playing. And again, these aren't really games that are all that close, too. I mean, that's a hell of a tribute to the head coach.
And they're playing scrappy. They're fighting, got some sandpaper, they're petting the cat the wrong way. They're doing everything right.
They've won without Parayko. Keep him out. That's from the 636.
Keep him out. When he comes back, you concerned at all, Coach, about chemistry now with Parayko back in the mix?
Do you
a lot
wish
of
he was
times
hurt longer?
you get an injured player like the Cardinals in 2011 didn't have Wainwright. In 2006, you didn't have Izzy. When did the Louisville kid get hurt? Was that
Kevin Ware?
Was it during
13?
But was it during the tournament?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm saying, and they won. Didn't Louisville? It's probably been vacated since then, I'm sure. That does happen at times. You lose a key player, and then they kind of pick up the slack.
If anything else, it probably tells you over the short term, there's not as big a difference between the guy out there playing and the guy sitting on the bench. Long term, sure, but over the short term, maybe not. Well, I didn't mean to stop the conversation completely with that, but that's what I said, and that's what I'm going with.
Doug, we were letting it breathe,
Okay.
and while that quiet exists,
All right.
I can kind of feel Jackson thinking, can you successfully order Chinese food alone?
It's still in the Stiefel dossier. It's still in the Stiefel.
You know what?
No reason why you couldn't.
I don't want to burn any topics because I've been accused of that by my guy over here. But I did notice today there's something called, is it a reserve? Hold on, I wrote this down because I don't see it on here on the app, on the electronic dossier.
Yeah, I'm an electronic dossier guy myself.
There's something called the question reserve.
Yeah.
And then there's another one that says Jackson Theory.
Yeah.
And are those
Is this like
available?
game theory?
Orange
No.
theory.
No. It's
Orange Theory, yeah, that's where that trainer slept with one of our listeners' wives and now moved in, but he's living in the basement.
Yeah.
Kid's name was Butch Patrick's werewolf doll.
And he had Juicy written on the back of his panties?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, that was Derek from Orange Theory sleeping
Okay.
with his wife, and now he's in the basement. Now his kids are calling Derek Dad. It's a tough spot.
Yeah. Ouch.
But in the printed form, I don't see question reserve or Jackson Theory.
It's where I keep questions that, just in case,
Evergreen types of thing.
But it's not.
like my safe.
But it's not on the printed dossier.
No.
Yeah,
Well,
that's the reward of having the electronic organic
So now I
fluid
gotta
Stiefel
call it
dossier.
up.
well, I'm trying to be green, and that's a lot of wasted paper.
Trying to be green. So you're trying to save paper.
Yeah, 100%.
Your thoughts? 314-399-9646.
But people are against saving paper?
They will be. That's why I gave out the text number.
It's odd.
We want to see more trees chopped down.
I'm not going to
You're not much of a
that.
conservationist.
You guys are the ones who demand the printed dossier.
Okay.
Not I, said the fly.
I was speaking to the left half of the infield here.
I do.
Skipper.
I do enjoy a printed dossier, but I didn't realize.
And I'm happy to do it.
I didn't realize till just now I'm minus the Jackson Theory and the question reserve.
I mean, the organic dossier is much different. I don't know which one Stiefel sponsors.
Both.
Both of them.
Yeah, it was a twofer.
Okay. That's a great deal for Ron.
But they passed on the cute corner.
The Jackson Theory, and I kind of like it. We'll have time later to get to this. And I think it's if Mizzou football is good, more kids go to Mizzou.
From out of state.
Because
like
Mizzou
Bama
football
and
is
Georgia.
good. Okay. And then St. Louis recruits these young folks that are from out of state to move here for business. And now all of a sudden we've got a younger workforce, vibrant, young people. All because
what a domino effect, all because of
Mizzou's good at football.
Yeah, like the SEC bumped at Bama and Georgia, Ole Miss too, for different reasons.
So are you saying that the southern states have experienced a resurgence because of their football program success?
I don't think they have enough metropolitan big cities outside of Atlanta, which is already a massive transient city. Like if Tuscaloosa had like a St. Louis type city around it, I think you would see a boom. That's my take.
Could be.
The Jackson.
I have never pondered that.
Yeah, it's some fat to chew on.
Okay.
The next debate with Tashard Jones, Kara Spencer, maybe some. Have you had a chance to discuss the Jackson Theory, and will you be in talks with Missouri about how football could really boost St. Louis?
Patent pending.
Chairman Kurt provided us with an image that Tashard Jones has a necklace that says "in charge." And I have to tell you, I was alarmed by that. Now, I don't know if that's something that like Vince Shamel had in the 80s and then he passed it down.
Maybe so, yeah.
To Doug, who was at Freeman Bosley Jr., and then Clarence Harmon, and then Francis Slay, and they've all worn this necklace that says "in charge." So if Kara Spencer were to win, she would have the "in charge" necklace. But maybe, Jackson, when you present this theory, you can wear the in charge necklace.
I'd wear it with
pass it
pride.
down.
Yeah, I'd wear it with pride.
So at the inauguration, they walk over
And they hand it. It's like the turnover change. Jamie Rivers is going to join us on the Stiefel dossier. That's coming up at 8:15. If you are chewing on fat that you weren't expecting, that can be low testosterone. Get it tended to with Mentality. That's low energy, low motivation. You're tired all the time. You're feeling anxious, moody, irritable, low libido. Those are all symptoms of low testosterone. That's where Mentality comes into play. Mentality is a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best. Mentality focuses on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, ensuring your treatment is tailored to your body. They also offer FDA-approved testosterone therapy combined with semaglutide to target fat while maintaining muscle. Do not let low testosterone hold you back. Be your best for yourself and your family. Men today have 30% less low testosterone. Take back your numbers and visit mentalityhealth.com/radio to get access. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio to get access. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt. The program is TMA and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Well, we love being able to give our audience members easy access to the sponsors. That's the name of the game, and Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage could not be more accessible. He gives out his personal cell phone. Here's the number, 314-324-4440. That's 314-324-4440, and Stewie joins us right now. Stewie, let's talk about it. Building wealth and revenue. What do you have for the audience today?
Well, Tim, first of all, keep in mind tomorrow the Federal Reserve is going to speak a little bit. I don't anticipate that they're going to do anything rash. They're not going to cut rates. They're not going to raise rates. They're basically going to say we're going to keep things status quo, wait and see if inflation comes into check, and see what the tariff situation is going to do and how that impacts inflation overall. So no major moves, I don't think, tomorrow. Let's wait and see what happens. But if they say the wrong things, if they're going to wait a little bit longer and they're not going to cut those rates, like they're really not going to cut them, then you can see actual interest rates drive up. That means if you're in a situation where you want to refinance or buy a home, lock in now before that happens. If rates go down later, you can always refinance for free. On another note, Build Wealth. We had an ESPN listener called me about 3 months ago, said, hey, I'm 23 years old. I'd like to start building some wealth. Nice. I don't really have any money that I'm making. How do I do that? Well, there is something called DSCR loans, debt service loans. He went out and bought a 4-family unit, and he didn't have any income. He had good credit, put down 25%, and everything is based on the rental income of the property. So you don't have to make any money. You don't have to have a lot of experience. We simply give you the loan based on the rent of the property. So he went out, he bought this investment property. It's a step in the right direction. It's going to cash flow him great. Over time, he intends to buy 3, 4, 5, 10 of these properties. You can do this too. Build some wealth. The houses will appreciate over time. You can get a cash flow, and you don't even have to have any income on yourself. It's easy. It's simple. You get it done in 10 days. Take advantage while you can.
Give Stewie a call on his personal cell phone, 314-324-4440, or Google the bagel loan. Stewie, thanks a lot.
Have a great day, guys.
You too. Doug, it's a wide delta Wednesday here on TMA as we enter the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. And Jackson, for Wide Delta Wednesday, is playing what he believes to be the most universally beloved music as our return music.
This has got to be up there.
We opened it up with Belinda Carlisle, Heaven is a Place on Earth. And then King Harvest, Dancing in the Moonlight. And now Earth, Wind, and Fire, September. Approval rating for this song?
Has to be in the high 90%.
Doug, do you agree with that?
Yeah, probably so.
You can dance to it.
It's a happy song.
You kind of can know like half the lyrics and feel like you know it all the way through.
It's real music, yeah.
Nobody hates Earth, Wind, and Fire.
No.
A lot of people hate us. They text in 314-399-9646. They also do so in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Sharon and Clayton is a relationship that we're cultivating. But she is not happy with the program starting off at 7:37. She's also, by the way, in Sanibel, Malibu, or Maui. Maybe she also has something in Malibu.
Oh, she could.
In Michigan. No ladies texting in. Hello. You don't deserve my loyalty, yet here I am. That's from Sharon, Sanibel, Clayton, Maui, and Michigan. And she has texted in, Martin noticed this, or Doug noticed this, 3 times. Hello, can we work Jobu into the damn agenda? Interesting, she won't call it a dossier, which Stiefel is sponsoring, and I would assume she's on board with Stiefel, seeing all of the properties she has. But, Doug, you were asking about Jobu.
Yeah.
Chairman Kurt sent a text to us about it.
Oh, I didn't get that, I don't think.
Well, Sharon was nice enough to tag us in a tweet earlier this morning.
Oh, there.
So that's where I saw Lou Korak's tweet about Jobu in the locker in the Blues locker room.
So here is the backstory on it. Since the Four Nations break, Jobu has had his own locker in the Blues room. The players claim they don't know where he came from. In parentheses, they know. But Matthew Joseph joked that at first he thought it was his younger brother, P.O. So Jobu is in the Blues room, and he has his own locker, and the Blues have been on the heater ever since he appeared.
And he's got a nameplate.
Yes, he does.
Instead of saying Shan or Falk, it says Jobu with the Blues logo. That means the clubbies are in on it, too.
Maybe this is what got him turned around.
Do you think that was Army's best move, was grabbing Jobu? Transaction. I wonder if Army's even aware. Hey, this is the new Gloria, Doug. We got Jobu in 2025.
Yeah,
How about that?
They should bring back Gloria.
I think Dylan Holloway saying take your shirt off is probably the moment that got this team going. What?
I guess it could have.
Take your shirt off.
He's got a high voice, doesn't he? I got, whatever bonds the team, I guess, is good.
Good for you. Thank you.
It is a long
I wasn't talking
season.
about the shirt off. I was talking about the Jobu.
Oh.
They all, every team has something kind of weird they do. I think baseball now, all the home runs, is it the Reds have like a giant pizza? Every team's got something weird. I just think they get bored over the course of a long season. So you weave in something like Jobu and you start winning, then it adds value. Doug. If they were losing,
That'd be
Jobu,
Throw it away.
not so cute.
Right.
What would surprise you guys more? Wide Delta Piddles naming more than 6 Blues players, or Missouri making it to the Elite Eight? That's from the 618. Oh, boy.
You could give us 6 players, couldn't you?
I think Jackson could give 6. If you say 10, I think I probably short. But on 6, I think he's going to be able to do. I guess the official text was naming more than 6 players, so that would be 7.
Okay.
Doug, we have some background.
Oh, yeah, the time. Doug going to do a little gerbil, or Jackson going to do time kill music? Well, I love the time kill music.
I actually think you got 10 in you. I'm going to go 10.
Wow!
Oh, are you
That's
really?
paying 3 to 1, Chairman.
Yeah, I think he's got it.
Does he have a time limit, though?
Give me a minute. You think a minute?
Okay.
60 seconds.
That's too long.
I've got,
Doug says that's too much time, Jackson.
30 seconds.
I think you're going to...
30
This guy's
seconds.
super confident. I'm just telling you, he's very confident.
You're going to get to 9.
Okay.
Okay.
Joel Hofer, Jordan Bennington, Colton Parayko, Dylan Holloway, Philip Broberg, Tyler Tucker, Robert Thomas, Jordan Kyrou, Pavel Buchnevich, Zach Bolduc.
Why would you say it like that?
Just let me lock in.
20 seconds. You got 10 left, baby.
I have 10 left.
That Doug said 30.
30?
30 seconds.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant 30.
Don't waste time on the clock.
Yeah, nice,
well,
Martin.
now I'm thrown off.
You were rolling. You were rolling. What happened?
I had to 3 bet.
Justin Falk.
Yes.
Yeah, 72.
Not like folk music, but that's all right.
And
How many has he named?
11.
Oh, wow.
okay, all right. Yeah, what am I doing?
Okay.
Keep
Look
going.
at this guy. He knows
No.
puck.
Yeah.
Chairman
Job
Kurt,
done.
you
I
got paid handsomely.
put the rifle down.
Job done. He puts the rifle. He got 11. I got to say, when you went Tyler Tucker, I was like, whoa, he is deep.
I mean, this isn't like the greatest accomplishment. I mean, this is the station of the Blues, and I'm the producer of the morning show.
Right. There is that.
Way to mitigate the win.
Well, you have to have some self-accountability.
And you built your team from the goal out.
Yeah. Or is that person going to text in, I'm impressed, like, good work, Jackson, or are they going to say nothing?
I would assume that's the way it usually works in the text inbox.
Yeah.
You'll never hear from them again.
Yeah, nameless people often say when they're wrong.
That was just the 618, so you have not switched their name yet. Maybe they didn't want a name request. You can text in, too, with challenges, 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service, sponsor of the text inbox. You can also talk it over in the YouTube chat, where 224 friends are gathered this morning, and Michelob Ultra is the sponsor of the YouTube chat. Very grateful to have Michelob Ultra back on board here on TMA. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. The weather will be warm today, but by tonight it will be in the 40s. If you're going to get out and ball strike or get out and enjoy the warmth, the wind will be a whipping, but if you're going to go out and hit the ball around, there's nothing better than enjoying it with a Michelob Ultra. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Michelob Ultra, the sponsor of the TMA YouTube chat. That's youtube.com/TMASTL, or just type in TMASTL on your YouTube app, and you're able to sit there and participate in the chat. And let me tell you something. You're going to want to make sure that you have that YouTube open on Thursday night at 6:30, because little Jackie Papers will be up there watching Missouri and Dwake, and he is going to have his live stream going. Okay. I'm going to say you're going to have 250 people in there watching with you.
It depends on what time you're in the game. I think
later better.
I would actually take the over on that.
How about this guy?
Somebody's riding high.
He just named 11 Blues players.
Although the text line is not happy because, as I noted at the end there, the captain, you left out the captain.
Oh, Braden Shen.
Well, I know, it's
and you
a
still
little
got
late.
11.
But they said name 10 Blues players, and I did.
But they were a little surprised you left out the captain.
Oh, yeah.
So you feel
anyway,
bad
to be negative.
You think you need to apologize?
Gotcha.
What?
Think you need to apologize because you left Shen out?
No chance in hell.
Yeah, how do we watch this stream?
On YouTube. TMASTL.
Same place where you watch the show.
Yeah, super easy. Last time, towards the end of the Utah State game, which was an afternoon weekday game, there was like 315 people in there.
How about that?
So that's why.
And now you got the one. I mean, they're probably 50% of the people now listening to this show don't even know the damn thing existed 2 years ago.
That's why I
Look
think
at you. What are you going to have 600 in there tomorrow?
No.
And if Missouri's losing, those numbers will spike.
No, and that's the people will stop by for like 5 minutes, be like, this isn't as entertaining as I thought, and then they'll turn around and leave. But they're, in terms of total viewers.
In 2023, when you did it, the Utah State game wasn't a sweat and the Princeton game wasn't a sweat.
No, it was not, yeah.
What if you get a sweat?
Poof. Then, numbers could fly up.
Martin, I like to play itinerary games. You like to do travel games with the Blues. Hey, are they in Minnesota? Are they in Pittsburgh? Logistics games. What time, if Missouri were fortunate enough to get past Dwake, what time do you think Missouri, Texas Tech, or Missouri, UNC, Wilmington would be on Saturday in Wichita, Kansas?
And the other game would be like a Gonzaga vehicle, probably.
Gonzaga and Houston, or Georgia.
With this TNT package.
Or SIU Edwardsville.
Yeah, they push things later than they used to, right? So now you got Saturday. I feel like Mizzou would be about a 5 o'clock game. And Houston maybe is the late game at 8. SIU Edwardsville.
Wouldn't you think the Houston game would be earlier?
Yeah, they're number one.
Yeah,
big market.
I thought that's when they would.
Now, what has usually happened, I don't know if you guys have noticed this, Duke will play on Thursday, and then they open up the Saturday slate of 8 games on Saturday. You get half the Sweet 16 with Duke playing, because they're usually playing on the East Coast. Duke will get like that, 1 o'clock Central or 12 o'clock Central game, and they kind of have the slate to themselves until the second game starts, usually about halftime of the Duke game. Duke this year does not play until Friday, so I don't know who they would give that slot to.
8 total games
on Saturday. Yes.
You start thinking brands.
Okay. I mean, hey, as much as I love Missouri, I can be self-aware enough to know that Missouri and Texas Tech isn't exactly going to bring the people to the television.
Brings fans of the Big 12 from years over.
Yes.
From years over.
I don't know.
I don't know. Working at a CBS affiliate, this was always one of the worst nights of the year because that late game would start about 9 o'clock, 9:15, and not get over till about 11:30. Still sitting there waiting to do 2 minutes of sports at 11:45, almost midnight.
And your thirst for exposure was dwindling by the second?
Yes, that's what I wanted was the spotlight on me.
Guys, I'll be streaming the Blues, Mizzou, and Piddles simultaneously tomorrow night. I'm turning my basement to a Caesars Palace sportsbook. That's from Boozy.
Good on you. I'm happy to have you.
I'm going to be holding up my phone in the building in Wichita to watch Jackson's live stream.
Now,
will I be able to see the chat on my phone, right?
I assume, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you yell and scream as a fan, or do you just sit there quietly?
I don't know if I necessarily scream, but I get into it. I stand up. I'm a big stand-up guy. I know you don't like standing up. I like
not
to
if the
stand
guy's
up.
right in front of me.
Well, the nice thing for me is I don't block out anybody.
Oh, yeah,
Mickey
that'd be
Carroll
okay.
and I sat and watched a game together, and I was able to stand up.
He was on your shoulders, and nobody minded.
So
right?
nobody could see us. Nobody could.
I'm
see
just
us.
thinking of brands on Saturday. You know, I think the Patino game is going to be pretty featured against either Coach Cal
Special
or Bill Self.
Do you think they put that at 1 o'clock?
I think they put it more in the evening. I think St. John's is in Patino. A little more
That's
premier.
tough. Do you go there? I mean, you would think
got
they would put Duke at 1, but they put Duke in the early game.
Tennessee. I'm looking at brands. I feel like Mizzou's.
Rigatoni is best served in the early evening.
Oh, is that right? With the gravy?
Uh-huh.
Calipari, Izzo, and if Patino was in here, we're talking Italian special. We're talking rigatoni, marinara.
Yeah, see, that's
Coach
early
Baroni,
evening.
he's coming to the MAC next month. Coach Vitale. Got to get him on the show.
Oh, is that right?
He's coming to town.
God, I love that guy.
Let's get him on the show.
Why is he coming?
Missouri Athletic Club has the USBWA, the Basketball Writers Annual Awards. Coach Cal was here. Shaka was here. They've had the top players the last couple of years always come to town to pick up their awards, and then they honor. Bill Walton was here a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I remember that.
And this year, Coach Vitale picking up an award.
I can't wait till Friday morning when all you guys are crying because Missouri got thumped by Dwake. That's from the 6-1-8.
Okay, stop it.
Well, me and Martin won't be here, but, you know, maybe I can
Sweet
chime
Kai
in.
said he could come in. He said he's going to be in town. Did
Is
you
that
know?
right?
He texted in earlier, I'm available.
I didn't know he was coming in town.
The sweet one.
I
So
haven't
your
seen him forever.
friends actually let you know their travel plans through the show.
Yeah, it's kind of nice. Easy one-stop shop.
I mean, Drake is no Norfolk State, but they're better than Missouri. That's from the same 6-1-8.
Name me one metric that would prove that outside of record versus crumb teams.
Crumb bums.
Fighting Conzo Martin and the pitiful Missouri State Bears.
Oh!
You're going after Drake.
Going after Missouri State.
No offense.
Are you going to be able to come in if they lose? Because you're kind of pivotal on Friday.
No.
Yeah, you got a big day on Friday. That's the thing, Martin. I mean, that's what I told Jackson. That's why the title of this week's Tim McKernan Show podcast is The Return of Jackson's Diaper. Because when Jackson wore the yellow diaper in Jamaica, it was a zero upside play that in the moment he didn't realize. But as I saw him strapping on the yellow diaper, I thought to myself, might have even said to my wife, oh boy, I need to have a talk with him. And I said to him on the podcast, I said, I love that you're doing the live stream, but you're doing the live stream in the mindset that Missouri is going to win. We're also on 101 now. That brings more negativity, both from the longtime listeners of TMA and 101 listeners. It also brings more people. And what if Missouri's down 8 at the half and they lose on a buzzer beater? And then you got to come in the next morning. The Blues lose in regulation. You didn't watch the game. You and Doug are sitting here. I'm just trying to play. I got to give you the floor. I got to give you the ceiling before your investment. That's what I'm thinking. And you know what this guy said?
What did he say?
Damn the torpedoes.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Full steam ahead. This is what big boys do, you know? This is what you do. You don't cower in the face of adversity. You meet it head on.
That's what you do.
Make your own luck.
Okay.
I'm not scared.
No, I wouldn't think so. But if they do
Oh, no,
lose,
someone texted in from their phone number without a real name on it.
How will I survive?
Imagine the look that will be on my wife's face when I'm on my phone watching a pale 20-something in a live stream torture chamber while I'm surrounded by all of these Disney adults who think this place is a mature getaway destination and getting hit up for $20 balloons that can't even fly home with us. That's from Carlos Spice, who sounds like he's in his own Dante's Inferno as he is in Orlando right now.
That's tough. Yeah, that's a tough visit. You have to do it with young kids. You're required by law to go to Disney World at least once or twice. But it's tough.
And you loved every second of it?
I didn't. The first time I kind of liked it. Time 4 or 5. Yeah, I swore.
You went 4 or 5 times?
Oh, my.
Well, over the course of my life, I've probably been there 4 or 5 times.
Really? Just World or not
Disney
the one out
Dad.
in California?
I've been there too.
Okay, yeah. Well, you have family out there, right?
Yeah. And I swore the next time I go through there'll be somebody dragging my dead carcass around because I'm not going again. I'm not.
Yeah. Jackson being in the studio to watch this game sucks. We need him in his apartment so he can hit water bottles when he gets mad. That's from Big Tough. But you were watching it.
Of course.
At your home.
Yeah, it's exactly where I'll be.
Do you have anything to throw when you get a bad call?
No, I'm going to do my best.
brick or
I'm
something?
not going to, I'm going to be obviously very animated, but I have a filter. I'm not a loose cannon like that. I know.
Okay. Yeah, I don't want you to use profanity because I have to explain that to my...
I might use like light profanity,
Light, like damn and hell.
Yeah, like, stuff that's,
Shucks.
Yeah, shucks.
Doggone it.
Yeah, boulder dash.
Jiminy crickets.
Hogwash.
Tell that asshat Drake beat Kansas State and won at Vanderbilt. That's from the 618.
Mizzou also beat Vanderbilt, and Kansas State was not good this year.
No, K-State. I wouldn't brag on the K-State win. Sorry.
I would not either. Mizzou also beat Vanderbilt. They were 1-1 against them.
Tim, a live stream people watching your Wichita hotel bar might be entertaining. That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
That's not a bad idea.
Be happy to do it. Sitting there having a cocktail with the Colonel, talking it over.
And your son's going to take a drag off your scotch? Is that what you said?
He'd pull off my whiskey.
A pull.
Drag off your vape.
Yeah. He's going to learn a lot this weekend.
Okay.
Oh, you're going to learn. Boy, you're going to learn good.
Well, show him the Wichita nightlife.
Frank, would you say this statement is accurate? Doug Vaughn, Big Ego, Small Johnson.
Stop it, Frank.
Confirm or deny?
Frank's en route to Wichita. Maybe you can have a cocktail with Frank.
Yeah, how about that?
Put that on the live stream.
Frank texted me 2 nights ago that he had a sound story that made him fall in love with the process.
That's awesome.
Chairman Kurt was there.
It was awesome.
I was there.
How about that?
Calipari, Izzo, Patino, and if Cusimano was there.
Cusimano was there.
Yeah, Rigatoni, got Cusimano.
I assume the Four Fox will be there. Like with it being a CBS, Martin, would you say V?
But the game is on True TV.
Yeah.
Which is always a fun thing to find on your television
I don't
set.
know if I got it in me
You
to
got
find
YouTube
it.
TV. It just pops up right away. I don't even know what stations I'm watching anymore. YouTube TV just says, here, this is what you want to watch.
Sometimes they give you the option. They're like, do you want it on True TV or TNT? I was like, what?
It does. Yeah. Last night I was watching Poor Saint. Who was that? Francis?
St. Francis, yeah.
I mean,
Alabama State got him.
Christian
awesome.
Leitner pass?
Yeah, pretty awesome way to start the tournament.
That was fun. Alabama
and what
State
about North Carolina, Wharton?
just working over San Diego State. They showed the critics, Tim. They showed everyone.
I have to tell you, I don't know. I guess I was listening to, it was Van Pelt's podcast still yesterday afternoon, and they were all worked up about it. And I thought to myself, the reason why I'm pretty decent betting college sports, college football more so than anything, is because analyzing the psychology, I think it's easier to analyze the psychology, good or bad, of younger athletes who aren't pros yet. And I thought to myself, God, I think North Carolina might be in that mindset where they're just going to be so motivated that they're going to come out and make a run. And I forgot that was the second game, because that would have been one I would have thrown money on. I didn't expect it to be at that level, but that was the thought process. And I'm sure Ole Miss is like, oh, boy, we got to deal with this now, you know?
Yeah.
There was a school like maybe 5 years ago, and I thought it was LaSalle, but I guess I'm wrong. Jay Billis was all worked up about getting into the tournament, and then they went on a run. And I'm totally crowdsourcing.
I think it was LaSalle.
Was it LaSalle?
Well, they went to the Sweet 16.
I actually typed in Jay Billis LaSalle, but I didn't. But he was going nuts about a school getting in, and then they went to the Sweet 16 or Elite 8, and I couldn't remember who it was. So that this can happen. I mean, I realize LaSalle's talent level most likely is lower than North Carolina's. For me to say I know would be dishonest, but you would think North Carolina would have higher caliber of players. It's just this North Carolina team hadn't done crap this year.
Well, that was a quad 2 game, and they were 8-0 going into quad 2 games.
There you go. And that was, of course, cited on Sunday night on the selection show for the first time ever. Jamie Rivers going to join us on the other side of the break. That's coming up on your Stiefel dossier. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. With the weather warming up, this is the time to start taking care of your outdoor living space and enjoy the next 6-7 months in St. Louis of outdoor living. Do that with aesthetic design and build. I've gotten to know Dan and his team, checked out their showroom in Chesterfield Valley. So impressed with the custom work that they do. I had them come to my house, and I can see what they do and why people love it and why they have been doing it for decades in the St. Louis metropolitan area. They do all kinds of things for your outdoor living space, ranging from a full-on custom deck, adding on a pergola, or even looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens. They really do have answers for it all. It's aesthetic design and build. They are online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com, or you can call 636-532-5008 and let them know I sent you their way. Welcome back to the Morning After 101 ESPN, Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. Chairman Kurt always standing by to take your phone calls. You can watch the show at youtube.com/TMASTL. It is our pleasure to welcome to the program Jamie Rivers here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Jamie.
Top of the morning to you, fellas.
Top of the morning to you. Good for you, celebrating the Irish thing. And happy birthday to you. Fine, sir. Doug, it's a few days belated.
That's okay.
But happy birthday. Before we get into the win again last night, can you share what the birthday celebration entailed?
Well, it was a bit of a whirlwind, guys. I'm not going to lie. We were on the road and flew back. Well, we tried to fly back, but the plane had a problem in Minnesota, so we had to spend the night over. So I woke up in a hotel on my birthday morning, flew back to St. Louis, but my lovely girlfriend and my children had called an audible, and we're all over here for brunch because the original plan was to do something following the game against Mini because the original start time was going to be 5 o'clock, which then, as we all know, was pushed to 7 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
So anyways, it ended up being a nice, pretty relaxing day. Got home after another Blues win that night, had a couple of sips of bourbon, and called it a night.
Ah, that's a nice one.
Party animal. Hello.
A couple sips of bourbon.
Mm-hmm. What about last night? You guys get in about, 2, 3 a.m.?
Martin loves logistics questions.
I do.
Marty, you should know better. Nashville's not that far. I think we landed 11:30.
How about that?
Quarter midnight. Not bad.
Not bad at all.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So now you're raring to go and still excited about another win. Go get him, Blue Note.
Yeah.
I mean, that'll bring Doug into the room tomorrow night with that speech.
Go get him, Blue Note. There you go.
Doug Vaughn now available for motivational speech.
Yeah, there it was right there. Just a hint of what you could get.
We were kind of surprised, though.
More, Doug.
Jamie, Monty said, we didn't play that great, or it wasn't that. We were surprised. I thought last night was yet again another dominating effort.
You know what? The win is awesome, and they found a way to win, and they took advantage of situations. But halfway through the first period, maybe start of the second, even in the booth, John Kelly and I were like, they don't have their A game. And that's how spoiled we are right now because, imagine that you're beating Nashville, you win rather handedly, and you sit there and you're able to say, we didn't bring our best tonight. And that's because the Blues have been so good recently, and their checking has been so tight, and their speed has been so good that, now you see a game where I wouldn't say it was their B game, maybe their A- game, and now you're like, no, it's obvious we didn't have our juice tonight. That's where we're at right now with this team. And, guys, I don't know how to even explain what's going on because this is literally like Jekyll and Hyde to where you had just a really bad month of January.
Yeah.
Quite honestly, a month that should have capsized the vessel at that point.
Yeah.
You were leaking in the standings. Things weren't good. Probably talk of selling off parts. At the deadline, there was talk of major shakeup, a core piece being traded. I mean, we had the Brandon Saad thing happen. It's just a lot. And then the Four Nations happens, which was great to watch hockey. We talked about that at nauseam at this point, how awesome that tournament was. But then you come back here, and the Blues were a whole different team, completely different team. Every player's contributing. This defensive core, I asked this of Kerry Davis yesterday when we were on the show. I'll ask the same thing of you. Maybe you were listening. Maybe you have the answer. I don't know, but I'll do it anyways. We'll play the game anyways. What's the one thing that nobody's talking about right now regarding the Blues that they should be?
Ooh, I
one
like
thing
this.
no one's talking about that they should be.
I guess that goes back to Jobu, right? That's what Sharon and Clayton was texting in, so I'll go with Jobu.
Okay, Jobu's a close second.
Okay. Parayko not there, and they're still playing well. People are Kind of talking about
damn it,
that.
get that man his roses.
Oh,
right there.
Gosh.
Okay, that's what I've been hammering on. All right, I'm glad to hear that I got the right answer on that, Doug. You get credit for it because Montgomery was asked about that last night. So how do you break that part down? Because candidly, Jamie, when I heard that news and I was listening to the Fast Lane the day that all went down, I'm like, man, that sucks because they were playing so good. Now the season's over. That's what I thought. And look at what they've lost one game in regulation, and they still picked up that 1 point in L.A. in overtime since the Parayko news.
Yeah, it's wild. And this is, you're right. Like at the time, Colton Parayko goes down. We had a pretty good run going. You're like, well, it's a good run, guys. You know, like the team wasn't thinking that way, but us members of the media or Blues fans, you have no choice but to go to the negative right away. And since that point, though, you reinsert Nick Leddy in a prominent role in the lineup. You've added Cam Fowler, which, by the way, ends up being maybe the move of the year for Doug Armstrong, following Broberg and Holloway, of course. And then Justin Falk picks up his game. Ryan Suter, Benjamin Button has found his game in a big way again. And you've gotten really good contributions from Tyler Tucker. And Broberg, I mean, he's playing awesome. That's the beauty of having a veteran decor. And when Army picked up Cam Fowler, I remember arguing with the text line, which I should know better, by the way, guys, but I was arguing with the text line because they were like, oh, great, let's just keep getting older. I thought this was a younger team. And I'm like, you guys don't understand how good this player is because he's been in Anaheim where it's been a disaster. The team's been a disaster. He's been one of the only bright spots on that team. And now look, Cam Fowler's carrying the mail out there. Everybody else has picked it up, and Colton Parayko now can take his time, get healed up, and get back here. And imagine that. If we're right in the thick of things still, and you add a Colton Parayko, that'd be like adding nitrous oxide to this team.
I like that. I had nitrous oxide.
And I thought Hofer was very good last night. He stopped a couple of breakaways. I thought he really looked good. What'd you think of his play?
He's been unbelievable. The last two games, he's been unbelievable. I mean, he had the stumble in Dallas where, look, it happens. We saw it happen to Jordan Binnington in Pittsburgh. All the good goalies, great goalies, have a night where it's just not hitting them. The puck's not hitting them for whatever reason. And then Joel Hofer, for me, the key is the bounce back. No matter what position the player is, what sport it is, you have a bad night, what does the bounce back look like, and is there a bounce back? Joel Hofer, the bounce back, was playing fantastic following that game in Dallas. Then he follows it up with another gem last night. He was called upon big time. Like when Monty says the Blues didn't have their juice, they gave up some pretty grade A opportunities against Joel Hofer, and he was there to answer the bell. And so now it's lined up perfectly. You have a rested Jordan Binnington that's able to go against the Vancouver Canucks on Thursday, which is easily, guys, the biggest game of the season for the Blues.
Yep. Jamie, I should let you know while you're on that Jackson's not going to watch the game. Just wanted to, I don't know. I felt like
disappointed.
Oh, he'll be armpits deep in NCAA, won't he?
Armpits deep. Yep. And he's going to be live streaming for all the fans to come and cheer against Missouri.
God, I wasn't going to vomit before. I just did a little more in my mouth.
Oh no! Little bile shot up right there.
I didn't need that, Jackson.
Of the four teams competing for the one spot, and hell, who knows? I don't know. I mean, Minnesota's only 6 points up the way they're playing. Maybe they can catch them. I don't know. But of the four teams competing for the one spot, you see the way the Blues have played. Last night, the Canucks beat up on the Jets. That was impressive. Flames go to New York after the back-to-back and losing in Toronto the night before. They win New York. Utah gets worked over. Of the other three teams, which one are you keeping the closest eye on?
I think it has to be Vancouver. Like for a while, I thought it was Calgary because they kind of have the same chemical makeup as the Blues. There are no real superstars on that team. They work hard. They play hard. They get excellent coaching, good goaltending. But then when I looked at their schedule coming down the stretch, like it gets pretty rough for Calgary. And, they got a lot of games left. Everybody talks about the games in hand. Well, they got games in hand. Yeah, that means those games have to happen in the same condensed amount of time as your Blues are playing right now, which means they're playing probably a lot more back-to-backs and certainly tougher scheduling. So I eliminated Calgary, and I circled back to Vancouver because Quinn Hughes back in the lineup for the Canucks. He's easily top 3 defensemen in the NHL, any order you want. He's on the podium, and they're playing pretty well right now. Pettersson's decided to find his game again. They're getting some of the good goaltending that they haven't had all season. So they're a problem right now. Now, the flip side of that is I still think that team is fragile a bit. And if they do have some adversity, I do think the wheels could fall off. But, Tim, you brought up an interesting point before we start this whole thing. The Minnesota Wild guys are not in the clear. They're just not. That's not a really good team right now. They don't have their best player in Kaprizov, which is a massive loss for them. And with them only being 6 points out of reach, they too have a pretty tough schedule coming down the stretch. Like, it's not insane to think that it could be the Blues, the Canucks that both make the playoffs, and the Wild are on the outside.
How about that?
It's going to get crazy here.
Yeah, I was looking at that last night, and then I started to get crazy and said, God, but if you get the 7, then you're playing Vegas. I kind of think I'd rather play Winnipeg based on how the Blues have I feel like we've had more.
Look, we've gotten greedy.
Yeah, and I'm like, I said to myself, what am I doing here? Stop. Is there a preferred matchup?
I'm going to need you to bite your tongue on that one, okay? Because if I'm going to have to spend an extended period of time in the playoffs in one city, Vegas is much preferred.
Well, I understand that aspect.
I really respect that answer.
Yeah, I understand. There is the broadcaster element that I wasn't factoring in.
A lot of free time.
It's very important.
Yes, but as far as beatability factor, Tim, does Bradley Doolittle do a beatability factor at ESPN.com? Would you rather play Winnipeg or Vegas, I guess is the question.
Yeah, I think I'd have to side with it does, but I think I'd side with you. Vegas still has championship pedigree in that locker room. You know, they're not far removed from their Stanley Cup championship, and that's a team that is a big, heavy team, good defense. They've had good goaltending. I think Winnipeg is susceptible to the, oh, no, it's happening again in that locker room, to where Connor Hellebuck's hard to hit one night, and all of a sudden everybody in the media up in Canada is doubting Connor Hellebuck. He can't win the big game. Mark Scheifele can't take this team to the promised land. Like, I see that being way more problematic for Winnipeg than Vegas at this point.
So maybe, Jamie, if you could tell the boys, don't win too much, okay? Tim, we're going to try and scale back on this heater they're on. We should also tell Jamie that earlier a texter challenged young Jackie here to name 6 Blues players. He rattled off 10 without even, was it 11? Without even
11. And didn't even name the captain.
Forgot the captain, but named 11 in 60 seconds flat.
How do you like me now, Jamie?
That little crayon eater go.
Yeah, I did the best I could, you know?
You did fine.
It was a big moment.
Jackson, you're getting better. You know what? Nobody's going to tell you that because they like to yell at you and pick on you. They like to kick you when you're down, Jackson. But you're doing fine, son. You just keep it up. You keep smiling.
How about that?
Thank you, Jamie.
How about that, Jackson?
Go out there, lace him up, go get him.
Pat on the rump.
A little pat on the ass I needed. Thank you, Jamie.
There you go. That'll take you.
Let's go, Blue Note.
Oh, wow.
Let's go Blue Note.
Jackson says, let's go Blue Note. He just won't be watching tomorrow. That's fine.
Oh, gosh. Jamie, is
Did someone say pat on the ass?
That's what I said.
Jackson did.
Yeah. Back to that
It'd be more
Montgomery
like
thing.
A pat on the crack in his back.
Oh, gosh. Don't say crack.
That is odd. Hey, speaking of the pat on the ass in Montgomery, I was talking about this earlier on. I mean, do you have any idea? I know you have a close relationship with him. He's on the fast lane every week. What went on during those couple of weeks that he had to work with the guys who weren't playing in the Four Nations? Because that has been the turning point. And he's got to get a lot of credit for what they've been able to do coming out of that.
Yeah, apparently what he did is he rented out a huge home and had them all locked in a basement for the entire 2 weeks.
It's not a bad move.
Every time they missed a pass, there was electrical shocks, I think is what he said. Something along those lines. But he really hasn't talked too much about it. I think it's more simple than what we're making it out to be. I think at the time, you look at the team, it wasn't going great. I think a lot of guys needed a mental reset, and they also needed to heal up physically. And you guys know this. You guys have been around sports for so long. Just because a guy's playing doesn't mean he's healthy. And, sometimes there's little nagging injuries. Sometimes there's bigger injuries that guys are playing through because they want to win. They want to produce. They want to do the right thing. And it's just working against them. So that time off, I think it allowed everybody to get healthy, like I said, mentally and physically. And then it allowed Monty and his coaching staff to reevaluate some things, readjust some things, rethink some of the power play, penalty kill, some of the forecheck, even, some of the opportunities that certain players would get or not get or whatever. And it just felt like Monty finally got his training camp. Because let's not forget, he never got training camp this year.
Yeah.
He took over a team in full flight, and he's literally had to try and adjust on the fly, kind of like drinking out of a fire hose once the season begins. And so that 2-week span was a little mini training camp for Jim Montgomery and his staff, and I think it's paid off big time.
If he gets him in the playoffs, he should probably be in consideration for Coach of the Year in the league, don't you think?
I would think so, Doug, but we know how these awards work. It's weird. The awards have gotten kind of, I don't know, lame because, the Norris Trophy now only goes to the highest scoring defenseman, which let's go back to the word. Defense is literally in the word, but, the highest scoring defenseman wins that. And then Coach of the Year is guy who coaches the best team in the league. That wins it almost every year. And it's like, that was hard, guys. Really put some thought into that one. Mm-hmm. So I don't know. I would consider Monty to be somewhere in the top 3 finalists for what he's been able to do. If he gets this team into the playoffs, I absolutely think he should be somewhere in the mix. But again, these awards are wonky sometimes.
Yeah. No matter what, even if they don't get into the playoffs, especially it's been highlighted here with his performance in the last few games, the hat trick on Saturday night, and then another big game last night. What a beautiful breakaway that was, Holloway to Kyrou. But Jordan Kyrou's evolution, I'm telling you, man, and I'm sure, you've been doing the show here at 101 ESPN, going for middays now in the fast lane. I'm sure you saw the text back in the day. It was before they won the Cup. It was Jay Bouwmeester. Then it became Colton Parayko. In the last couple of years, it's been Jordan Kyrou. There's always somebody in the crosshairs. And what Kyrou has done, my understanding is there's been a real commitment on his part off the ice, in addition to getting there early and putting in the work. And now the results are there. He's leading the Blues in a variety of categories, plus minus, 29 goals on the year, 29 assists, and it's really been highlighted here over the last few games in particular. Your thoughts on the growth of Kyrou?
Yeah, it's been really cool, guys. It's hard. Fans sometimes, and even media members, they don't understand that there's a learning curve for top offensive players in hockey that leave college and junior hockey. They're not required to play a full all-around game. And they're usually in junior hockey, that is, or college. And then, the defensive side of the game is really not necessary because they're so dominant that when they're on the ice, they always have the puck at those levels. So when you get to the NHL, it's a whole different world because nobody steps in and just dominates right away. Connor McDavid, Nathan McKernan, even those guys had speed bumps along the way with their development. And, Jordan Kyrou, a lightning rod for criticism, and look, justifiably so at times. You can see, you could have seen sometimes the turnovers, the lack of defensive awareness, the swinging on pucks instead of stopping on pucks. It was all there. You could see it. But you have to have patience. And now that Jim Montgomery's come here and helped him evolve his game, I don't see his name on the text line ever anymore in front of the firing squad. Yeah. And it's a credit to the kid and the coaching staff and all that. But ultimately, you guys know this. If the player doesn't make the commitment, it doesn't matter what you're telling him. It will never change. And Jordan Kyrou has made the commitment to being smarter defensively, better positionally, harder working after practice. He put on 8 to 10 pounds of muscle in the summer. I know that he's one of the most fit guys for the Blues during their physicals and training camp. So he's doing things his own way, as far as leading in his own way, and it's paying off, man. He's a lot of fun to watch. Now you can see maybe what the vision was from Doug Armstrong in the front office when they gave him that 8-year extension, because I know everybody in the city, almost everybody anyways, was like, what in the hell? And then he has a couple of stumbles. They say, oh, my God, we're stuck with this guy. Let's trade him before his no-trade kicks in. Well, how you like me now? He's playing unreal with Dylan Holloway, and I can't compliment the captain, Braden Shen, enough for how well he's played with both of those young stallions.
Yeah, it's something else. Minus 12 last year, now plus 15 for Kyrou. And the Blues on the heater. They will try to continue it tomorrow night. Biggest game of the year. You'll be able to hear it here on 101 ESPN pregame 5:30. Puck drop 6:30. Jamie Rivers with us every Wednesday on TMA and every day here on 101 ESPN from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. on the Fast Lane with Anthony Stalter, Kerry Davis, and Marshy Marsh and the Playful Posse. Jamie, always appreciate the time, man. Thanks so much.
All right, boys. Have a great day.
You too.
All right,
It's
Tim.
Jamie Rivers here on 101 ESPN.
Happy birthday to Andrew Marsh. It's Marshy's birthday.
Everybody's birthday at 101 ESPN is in March.
Happy birthday, Marshy.
Except me and you, Doug.
Yeah, not me. May here. Marshy is what, 25, 26?
I'm going to take the over on that. I'm going to go 28 today, Jackson. What do you
I think he's a year or two older than me. I'm not sure.
Maybe pushing 30. Somebody, Marsh's burner has requested Rivers to use his poll to put your live stream on the Jumbotron during the Blues game.
Wow,
Wouldn't be a
what a
bad idea.
delight that would be. They would love that in the building.
People would start panicking, thinking it was like someone hijacking the feed. Not to mention I'd be looking, so distraught and sweaty.
Now, do you have a partner that could come watch the game with you and yell and scream?
Because your girlfriend's not allowed to be around this week, I assume.
Yeah, she's on,
Do you have to watch it by yourself? Are you that dialed in?
Yeah. Well, yes,
Nobody's-
preferably.
nobody there with
I
you.
can watch it with my friends, but nobody who's there who's not rooting for Missouri.
Sweet Kai's in town.
I know. I didn't know. Surprised he didn't text me.
Well, why won't he be at your crib?
Why?
Yes.
Because I'll be live streaming.
But he should get in there, too.
Yeah, Sweet Kai is a fan favorite on TMA.
He
gets gaped by a recovering alcoholic, right?
I don't know.
I love
gaping the gentleman?
Sweet Kai, but he control a little bit, and I have no room for that.
Oh.
He control you when the things are going bad for the Tigers?
Doesn't he have the bi-curious fiance?
She's not. They were approached by, I don't think even bi-curious would be the right term, aggressively lesbian woman outside of a bathroom at the Post.
Live read.
At the Post.
This is kind of live read.
Is that the name of a texter yet? Aggressively
lesbian at the Post.
Well, her sexuality wasn't necessarily aggressive. She was acting aggressively.
And she really wanted Sweet Kai's fiance?
And so the way that she thought she would acquire her was to berate my buddy Kai outside of the bathroom, saying you don't deserve a beautiful woman like that because essentially because of his genitalia.
Oh. Do you think
he's known to be small?
No, just that the fact that he has male genitalia.
Do you think
she said she deserves it?
I thought she was size-shaming Sweet Kai.
No,
was
I don't
she
know.
in the urinal?
Yeah.
Okay, she was just saying
that she
beautiful
deserves a
woman should
woman's
be with
touch.
another woman,
Yes.
not with a gentleman.
Yes.
Okay.
So Sweet Kai was just on the receiving end of that.
Can that possibly ever work?
She
for
seemed,
someone to try to turn one member or the other of a straight couple gay
right.
and start criticizing the other one?
I think she was a touch inebriated.
Oh.
So,
okay. All bets are off at that point.
It was Hail Mary time.
Yeah, filter's gone.
Right.
Hail Mary, kind of like Alabama State, down court. Sometimes it works.
Yeah, later. Hey, Sweet Kai texting in, not about the story from the Post, but with this little piece of information. It's a screenshot. Doug, do you follow Patrick Everson on the Twitter tweets?
Probably should, but I don't.
He says, March Madness odds. Will Drake plus 6.5 pull off an 11 versus 6 upset of Missouri? And from the MGM Sportsbook, Drake is the most bet team by tickets. It's all on Drake. The most money is on Michigan versus UC San Diego. How about that? That's interesting to me because I thought it was going the other way.
So people are fading.
That's interesting.
Yeah,
that's what I care about.
It's Triton season
because the money is what matters.
Yeah.
The tickets, as a Missouri fan, I love that.
Yeah.
Because more often than not, the public loses. But I love that the tickets are on Drake. That's great as a Missouri fan. My opinion on the Missouri game, I was saying this during the commercial break. If Missouri wins, I think they win big. Watch them win by 3. That's the way I think it would go down. I certainly could see him losing, though, unfortunately. The Michigan thing, that's another Seth Davis play, Martin. He loves UCC. I think he loves everyone.
The Tritons, Martin.
It's unbelievable.
So I guess we got to put money now on both Missouri and Michigan. How about that? Battle of the Block M's.
Yeah. Dusty May seems like a good sort.
Friend of Coach Shirts.
Yeah.
who's got some free time.
He does. Tough night last night.
Maybe we should talk about that since he is. It feels like we were avoiding it because he's a co-host. We'll get to that.
Well, we were avoiding it because it's the NIT. And nobody cared.
You know who didn't care? The Billikens.
Yeah. Robbie Avila last night. I mean, how about this? Take a listen to this. He sat down. It was in the Arkansas State volleyball locker room and doesn't take questions, just essentially issues a statement. How about this?
I want to say I apologize from the team. The season ended that way. Nobody wanted that season to end like that. The fans didn't deserve, the season to end like that. There's a standard set for championship teams, and we just never met that standard throughout the entire course of the year. I'm going to get this young core that we have and continue to develop, this spring. We're going to hit the spring and summer really hard, and we're going to come back, better, because I think there's no choice but to do that. Again, apologize on, our behalf. That was, utterly embarrassing to go out like that. And I think each and every one of us feel, embarrassed about it, and we should. And like I said, we'll come back better next year because there's no choice.
With that.
Got up and left.
And with that, he got up and left, yeah.
And I need to ask the Dish Kunderman if Avila wanted to talk, because usually SLU postgame on the road is just the coach.
Yeah.
So I wonder if Avila said, hey, I wouldn't mind saying something to the fans, because normally it's just shirts on the postgame Zoom when they're on the road. So he may have wanted to say that, and that's why he didn't. He wasn't there to take questions.
Kind of an odd camera. It was kind of like a real world video diary, like a Survivor thing. Where it's
Survivor with
like
Jeff
a talking
Probst, Real World. Was that with Eric Neese?
I don't know. It's like a talking head. Like, like there's no one else in the room, and they get you sitting down on a chair. Oh, that's what it felt like to me.
It's a nice statement, though. He doesn't have to.
Jackson's statement, or
but
he doesn't have to apologize to anybody. He doesn't have to do
but
that.
it was an embarrassing loss and a disappointing season.
I was more alarmed. I came upstairs and my wife was watching that game. Yeah,
and 103.78.
and I saw it and I go, holy crap! They got like 90 points. There's still a bunch of time left. I go, what in the world?
It was 17-2, and I thought, why even go? Why play this game?
Final couple games for Doug's guy, Gibson Jimerson. It didn't go well against Loyola Kai, and did not go well against.
At his age, he's probably got prostate issues, colonoscopy scheduled. That's going to worry him.
That's why he didn't play well against Loyola Kai in the Dry County.
He only had 2 points last night. Wow,
they were down 30.
Yeah, you're not going to win.
It was the dunk, windmill dunk, that made it 90-60. They're down by 18 in the first half. It was.
Did you have a problem with Martin doing the because he thought about it?
I have a problem with me getting Jimerson's points wrong. He had 8.
I thought I was about to say I think he had a little more than that, but yeah, not a good.
And I know they're depleted. I understand that. A lot of kids left. A lot of kids were injured. With that starting 5. That's still a lot of talent. I don't know how you can be losing 17-2 to Arkansas. Now, late in the game, they got worn out. They had to play almost the whole game. We just don't have any bench. I understand all of that, but to just get worked over like right away, I don't understand.
Well, I think when the whole goal of a college basketball team is to get in the NCAA tournament, and you don't, it's probably such a letdown. Not that they were terribly close, but they still had that dream. It's such a letdown to not make it, and then to show up somewhere on the road and play an NIT game is probably not a real good judge of a team.
I watched that Loyola game. Those boys wanted it. I mean, of course. I mean, who doesn't at this point, like you just said? But they wanted it. And they were able to kind of get in there, just never able to get it going. Obviously, Jimerson is who they're going to rely on. If Grill doesn't shoot well tomorrow night, Missouri's going to have some problems. Not according to this texter, though. I saw Drake in the Missouri Valley games here in St. Louis. They look like a high school team. Bet the house on Mizzou. That's from the 314.
They're no high school team. They're a good team. They're a damn good team. They're in the tournament. They're well coached. But they haven't faced a lot of top-tier competition.
How about this, Jackson? An opportunity to wager with one of your many nemesis. Nemesi? Nice. I'm on Drake. You want to make a wager, Jackson? That's from Harrison's brother, Master.
No, I don't bet on Mizzou games.
Oh, okay.
Blanket statement.
Leverage enough. Thank you, though. Appreciate the offer.
I think some teams like Drake, the mid-level schools, some of their kids aren't as athletic as the top programs are. And so if they're shooting the bombs, they can still beat you. But if they're not, they don't have much of a shot.
Yeah, that's why a lot of people are on like Liberty Liberty shoots really high consistency and efficiency when it comes to three-point shooting. And you saw last year, remember the name Jack Golke, I think from Oakland?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Kind of like Matthew Perry, right?
A little bit. You just catch fire from deep, and, it's just it's tough.
You can stay with anybody if you...
Yeah, exactly.
But you could get run off the court if you're not shooting very well.
For sure.
Because you're not going to win the battle on the boards and the fast breaks and all that against a team that's more athletic.
Yeah.
What if in October, Jackson, I said to you, Mizzou in the tournament as a 6th seed, your reaction would have been?
Fired up.
Shocked?
No.
Okay.
No, not with the current state of college sports in general and the turnover rate. And I knew that how much injuries impacted them last year. Not to the tune of winless in the conference, but still.
What about when you find out in 2+ weeks that they're on their way to San Antonio to take on Michigan?
Man, that's all I want. Just all I want.
Do you need some time away to attend these games in person?
No, I kind of prefer to watch
I'm going as the show representative.
Yeah.
I have a credential, Tim.
I guess I could get one, couldn't I?
Sure.
Colonel told me the hotel he was staying at, pretty nice hotel for Wichita, being honest. And I said, I guess by definition, I'm a media guy. I don't know.
Yeah.
And he goes, I think you got to have a credential. And I go, I don't really feel like looking for one of those right now.
No.
Yeah. It's probably too late anyway.
Yeah.
I'm with TMA STL. Can I get my pass?
I'm a godless pervert. I'll cover the club. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Also, Schaefer Door is a sponsor of the podcast. That's SchaeferDoor.com. Jason Gosrow and Schaefer Door, sponsor of the podcast here on TMA. I had an audience member reach out to me over the weekend and wanted to connect with Schaefer Door and Jason because his garage door, Doug, kind of you had the same thing happen, just crapped out over the weekend. And I said, no problem. I'll be happy to make the introduction to you. And sure enough, on Monday morning, everything was tended to, and he is very grateful for the connection. People thrilled to work with Schaefer Door Company. It's SchaeferDoor.com with one F, SCHAEFER, door.com. They are the podcast sponsor here on 101 ESPN, and Doug has used them a couple times with his garage door. It's one of those things. I had it happen, I don't know, like 6 years ago. The thing just crashes and falls to the ground. You go, what was that? It happens. It usually happens, 8 to 10 years. And you don't know what to do. Well, now, when it happens, go to SchaeferDoor.com or call or text 636-782-3608. They service all kinds of garage doors for both service and new installations. They service commercial doors as well. So if you're in a business or warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer can handle that for you. It's SchaeferDoor.com. Schaefer Door, a CHI overhead door dealer. Closing out the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour, heading into the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Jackson with audio that he cannot wait to play. And I cannot believe it was done. I haven't heard it yet. I saw it. Have you heard it yet, Martin?
No, I'm looking forward to this.
I can't wait. You're going to want to stick around for this. It's coming up next. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
In the market for a new car, but you're not sure what you can get approved for? Go to AutoLoanPro.com. Financing a car, the only thing you need to know, choose the Auto Loan Pro. And while you're on that website, AutoLoanPro.com, download the free playbook. It explains to you the credit industry, how it works, and you'll understand the next time you're looking to buy a car, what you can afford. With little or no money down right now, they'll work hard to get you the best rate possible. They work with 50 lenders around town to get you the best financing. So it's AutoLoanPro.com. In the market for a vehicle, not sure what you can get approved for. Find out online. You'll see Robert Thomas on the site and the free playbook. Chance for you to better understand how the credit reports are put together. A way for you to learn this process and also get into a new car. Over 50 lenders. I said 50. There are over 50 lenders they're working with you to get you the very best deal. Find out more at AutoLoanPro.com. Auto Loan Pro is part of the Lita family.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update. It's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues win last night over the Predators. Off today, back in action tomorrow. Big game tomorrow versus the Vancouver Canucks. You can catch that game right here on 101 ESPN. Pre-game will start at 5:30. The puck drops at 6:30. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Oh, I guess I got to explain that to my kids. Oh, I apologize to all the parents in the car today.
I don't know what he's doing.
This is brutal, Jackson.
Yeah. This is a Chairman Kurt request.
Well, Chairman Kurt, have fun with the FCC.
Well, it's not Dear Deidre. So Clarence Carter, Slip Away. Jax was that on the Wonder Boys soundtrack? Slip Away, great song. When you get a chance, Clarence Carter, for your own purposes.
I requested that one because he's a notable Alabama State alumni.
There you go.
And they're fresh off a big win last night in a tournament.
Good for them. Hey. I was first thinking SIUE, the beauty of being in the playing games, the first four, is you get the national attention. Everyone's talking about Alabama State today, even though it's a 16 versus 16. But the downside is you don't get a few days to really enjoy being in the tournament. Like St. Francis, it's already over.
Yeah, right.
And for those kids at Edwardsville, you get a little NCAA flavor. You got the shoot-arounds, the press conferences, staying at hotels. Kind of lengthens, at least, your tournament visit.
Yeah, agreed.
I like this SIUE bunch.
You're taking them straight up.
Surprise me straight up. They knock off the Cougars of Houston.
But if Missouri went to the Elite Eight, that would surprise you.
Yes.
Jackson?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's an interesting take. But
that was dismissive and condescending. I don't know if you can pick up on it.
Certainly was.
I bet the odds would be better for Missouri to go to the Elite Eight.
Oh, yeah.
But you never know.
The odds
a lot of tough competition to get there. Boy, howdy. But it's a tournament. You're going to have to beat great teams every single time you go out there.
Mm-hmm. Fine, I'll channel Ric Flair. I don't care. To be the man, you got to beat the man. And baby, I am the man. Rolex time, 24 hours. Camera, it's been your pleasure. Think about that, Doug.
Camera, it's been your pleasure.
Yeah.
Woo.
Yeah,
he's saying the cameraman or just the camera itself.
Ooh, I never thought about that. He's sitting on the cameraman. That's hot.
Honored just to be aimed towards him.
Dwake, if you think Dwake is going to win the game and you don't even want the points, you're getting plus 220. Missouri's minus 270. The spread is down to 6, by the way. It was at 6.5. And, Doug, if you want to put $100 on SIUE to shock the world and become the third 16 seed to win the first round of this tournament, you will receive 35 $100 bills in return.
3,500. That's not bad. Not
now,
bad payout.
If you just want to win $100 and bet Houston straight up, you're going to have to put down $20,000 to win that 100.
Oh, God.
So you can run a juice squeeze analytic.
The bet might be the point spread because 28.5 is a lot.
Yeah.
And there's a chance Houston pulls back when they get safely ahead.
Yeah. We were talking about that yesterday on the Spread Zone podcast.
So where can people watch the Spread Zone podcast? Jackson got to step in. Anthony Stalter vacationing with his family, I would imagine, for spring break. This is spring break week for a lot of people. And so me and Riz and Anthony Stalter do this gambling podcast, Spread Zone, and that's on our YouTube channel?
Yeah, so if you go to playlists on YouTube for TMA STL, you'll see a Spread Zone playlist, and it'll be right there. There's the Super Bowl one, and then the one we did yesterday on the Big Dance.
Who you got winning it all?
Florida.
Mizzou can say they beat the national champion.
Yeah, that's
say that if Alabama.
I with how good they're playing, I couldn't say anything else.
They looked almost unbeatable in the SEC tournament.
Yeah, this whole last month they've kind of looked unbeatable.
Jackson and I made a wager on Spread Zone. Jackson gets Auburn,
Florida,
Duke,
Houston, and Bama.
And I get everybody else.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm getting 2-1 on my money, too.
Really?
Yep.
I kind of like everybody else, just the odds.
That's right.
That's fair. I just don't think we've seen...
And I got 2-1 on my money. I mean, what are we doing?
Good value, but I don't think we've seen the number one seeds all be as dominant as we have this year. The numbers would actually back that up, so that's where I'm feeling.
All right. And Illinois, one of the teams that I think some people are going, hey, this is a team that that could be a surprise team that makes a deep run. Of course, it's also, I'm sure Illinois fans are going, yep, and we could also absolutely lose in the first round. Illinois, you don't have a number yet because they will find out their opponent this evening as Texas and Xavier do battle. This is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We are in the Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. 9 o'clock hour online at evergreenstl.com. 314-889-0503. That's how you can call Mark. We have gotten to know Mark on this show quite well. Number one, great guy. Number two, great financial advisor. And somehow, when you get a chance to talk to him, you will feel better not only about your situation, but about life in general. He has a way to put things in great perspective with your financials, both for the short term and the long term, and the plan is customized specifically to you, not some one-size-fits-all plan. Really impressive person who can help you out. Get a financial advisor if you don't have one. Mark Hanna is with Evergreen Wealth Strategies, 314-889-0503, or go online at evergreenstl.com. Martin, we've been waiting for it, brother, and I can't wait to hear it. Jackson, set the stage for our fun with audio.
Okay, so Mad Dog Russo, radio legend. We've played plenty of audio on this presentation of Mad Dog. His son, Colin Russo, the sports talk host for ESPN in West Palm. They were at the Mets spring training facility in Port St. Lucie. And Mad Dog prefaces this by saying that they don't have like a regular producer to go get them guests. So Colin Russo does a lot of that on his own. And safe to say that the Mets were less than flexible with Colin Russo. And Mad Dog had thoughts.
Oh, did he?
This was an 18-minute rant.
You're going to run all 18 minutes?
Run all 18 minutes.
I cut about a minute and a half, almost 2 minutes of it, and this is just scratching the surface.
Okay. So here's what was written. Hi, Adam. So-and-so here with ESPN West Palm. Appreciate the accommodation today at the ballpark. Was wondering if there's any opportunity to get anybody on from the Mets. Know they got a game tonight, but it was just curious. Appreciate it. That's a fair text message. A young kid, he's on 4 to 6. You got a show there in the ballpark promoting the Mets and freaking baseball. And here's the response from the Mets. Hey, Colin, understand the ask, but we can't make that happen. Their schedules are full for the rest of the day. Go to hell. Your schedules are full for the rest of the day. You're talking to me who has been at spring training sites for 50 years. Don't give me any nonsense that you can't figure out a way to get Paul Blackburn or, some guy out of the backup infielder. Nobody's asking for Alonso Lindor Soto. We get it. Nobody's asking for Sean Manaea or Jeff McNeil who's hurt. We get it. But you mean to tell me that the New York Mets, and again, I could care less. It doesn't affect my show. They went to do the Nationals the other day, and they gave him Rizzo. The Nationals gave him Rizzo. 15 minutes. I mean, my God almighty. And the Mets sit there today, and here are the Mets. This is the reason I never root for them. They're the freaking Mets. You mean to tell me that Jose Buto can't come on for 5 minutes today? You mean to tell me that Tyler McGill can't come on for he might be in Syracuse to start the year?
Oh, don't lose your breath.
You mean to tell me you can't get it? How about A.J. Minter? Oh, it drives me crazy. And this is why I am going to root. I don't care what Christie says. This is the reason why I'm going to root like hell for the Mets to lose every freaking game.
Oh. Every freaking
That was about 4 minutes.
Overreaction.
That was about that ended. He would go on for another 12 minutes complaining that the Mets did not give his son any players.
And if they played at night, isn't it possible that the players weren't there? That they were not even...
There's no reason to go 18 minutes on a national radio show about why your son didn't get any players.
Now, I hadn't heard the rant until that. And in my mind, going into it, I thought, my God, like if there are rules of this nonsense that we do for a living and we're fortunate enough to do for a living, it's you leave... the family business and the families, like I said, kind of mafia rules. You leave the wives and the children out of it. And I heard that, and I thought, I think he's doing a performance.
He kind of laughed in the middle at one point.
Right. But going into it, I'm like, God, I would think this guy who's made millions of dollars doing this stuff would kind of know better and wouldn't go down. Like, that's what you would do if, like, I don't know, whatever. Not in Chris Russo's position. But then I heard it. I'm kind of like, I think that might have been performative. What do you think?
It was pretty entertaining when he starts mentioning, we're not asking for Alonso. Give him the backup to the backup.
You mean to tell me that Tyler McGill can't come on for he might be in Syracuse to start the year.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of people in the media world, radio specific, who kind of enjoy the rant because there is a lot of stonewalling that goes on. Guys are busy. Oh, they are? They're playing ping pong. Yeah, they're just kind of getting ready for the game tonight. Well, they're playing Golden Tee. Yeah, kind of locked in for this Marlins game coming up. I think that part of it, a lot of folks can relate to. Now, the fact that it's his son makes it ridiculous, of course.
But his whole shtick is yelling and screaming and getting mad, and I think he just found something on this day that he could do that.
He's got a little chart he just spins, get mad about what?
What can I get really upset about?
Tyler McGill, pitcher. He's a right-hander. He's 29.
Guys, you mean to tell me that Jose Buto can't come on for 5 minutes today?
We couldn't stay in character. That's how you guys should have sounded after Donnie dusted y'all. That's from longer than Martin's onboarding process.
Right when I saw the rant, Martin, I thought to myself, you know what he needed to do was plant some seeds. You just went in, one shot, and then you turned away, and that's it.
B-Man Brian Bartos probably listening right now saying, hey, kid, go up there, plant some seeds in Port St. Lucie.
Shake some hands, get some, half-hearted commitments, and then see if you can capitalize down the road.
Now, what I don't know, has Russo gone after the Mets in the past, and is his kid going to get punished now for being Mad Dog's son? Like, screw that guy.
He went off when they had the Hawk Tua girl throw out the first pitch.
Yeah, I remember
he was really upset.
I know Francesa was the one who was upset.
I think both.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on in this Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. I didn't see this happen. Doug, do you know Percy Blumpkin?
I do not know that gentleman.
He says Jackson's hiking up those shorts to give Doug a look-see at the package. You're hiking up your shorts.
I'm sitting
during
down.
The
I don't
show?
want to see that.
I'm sitting down.
Well, stop hiking.
If Percy Blumpkin says it, I believe it.
It's got to be true.
Percy Blumpkin. Percy Harvin, he dealt with a lot of migraines, but boy, could he return a punt.
Yeah, he's fast.
Way to shift the dialogue.
Florida Gator.
Shifted the dialogue quickly there.
You think Russo's son has the same act, yelling and screaming? He'd have to, right?
I mean, it's obviously worked so damn well.
Yeah, why wouldn't you?
Again, 18 minutes he went on a rant.
I kind of want to hear more. I kind of want to know what else can you do with it.
We could play a minute of it for 2 weeks and not get through the entire rant. Might do it.
Tim, is Mr. Licks going to be with you in Wichita? Will he be going to the SIU game to cheer on his alma mater? That's from the 636. Mr. Licks
I
went
won't
to
take any SIU slander. My father went there. My sister went there. We're not going to take any slander on the Cougars.
So did Mr. Licks go to SIUE?
I have no idea. I think he would be. I think that would be a great accomplishment to have that on your resume. Shout out to the Cougars.
Harrison's brother Master is mad that Jackson will not bet him. What? Put your money where your mouth is, boy. I paid you $100 to make Iggy cut DFS papers. You owe me a wager.
No. That's not how an agreement works. 40 under 40. You give me
40 under 40.
What does that mean?
I made Iggy cut the names. Therefore, the end of the bargain I fulfilled, and you gave me $100. End of transaction. I owe you nothing. And I put my money where my mouth is with my soul. I put my soul on the line every single time they tip it up.
Really?
Don't tell me about putting my money where my mouth is.
Yeah, get out of here.
You can't tell me you can't have AJ Minta on the show.
Oh,
my dad, Jose Buto.
Highly entertaining.
He got Rizzo with the Nationals.
15 minutes.
I think the Nationals would give you just about anybody at this
15 minutes.
Guys, Mr. Licks went to beauty school. That's from Pele Blanco. He went to cosmetology school.
Oh, well, they have those. There's a Grabber School of Design right by my house there on Watson Road.
And that's where he...
Some of those women that do hair, they make a lot of money.
For sure.
I didn't know Licks did it.
I don't know.
Guess that's why he has time to call.
Apparently so, because everything we get.
Topics. Doug's talking about how they can do really well in cosmetology. Tim is talking about the fact that Mr. Licks is being accused of being in the aesthetic.
Well, if they say he was, I'm sure he was.
Yeah, just like Percy Blumpkin.
Yeah, if they say it, it's got to be true.
I'm not hiking. These shorts are lined too, so it's.
Now we're back to the shorts.
Well, they're lined shorts, so there's no
Martin, you got to keep a chart of the topics.
Built-in underwear.
Yeah, I don't think your shorts are all that short, and I don't think they're exposed to the camera even. Right?
They're not.
Percy Blumpkin saw something.
He saw something that he couldn't resist.
Guys, Mr. Licks is the type of guy who went to Fontbonne but says he went to Wash U. That's from sniffing. Is that a trait? Does that go on?
I doubt it. Fontbonne's closed now, right? And Wash U took over the buildings. It's in the process of all happening.
The guy I knew in college who had like a Mr. 3000 situation where he told this company they graduated from college and they later found out he didn't. So they made him go back.
Back to college?
Back to Mizzou.
Because he was already working.
He was like 27.
Oh, God.
Email in the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Jamie Rivers with us in the 8 o'clock hour. You can always go back and podcast the program anytime you want here via the Schaefer Door Company podcast. And you can call in and talk it over with us via the Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. That is how you can call in to this radio program, which is presented to you by Brown & Crouppen online at brownandcrouppen.com. Give them a call, 314-222-2222. Terry Cruppen's going to be in studio tomorrow. How about that? The legend, Terry Crouppen in studio. Terry Crouppen in studio, Ed Herman in studio, Andy Crouppen in studio, always talking it over. They've been doing it in St. Louis since 1979. Support the sponsors, especially the presenting sponsor of TMA. If you're in a position where you need personal injury service, don't you want somebody who's local and who knows the legal environment? Well, that's Brown & Crouppen, loyal supporters of both the show and the St. Louis metropolitan area, going back to the founding in 1979. It's Brown & Crouppen online at brownandcrouppen.com, 314-222-2222. Remember, the choice of an attorney is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt with you. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Doug here on this wide Delta Wednesday on the morning after. Jackson is playing return music that he considers to be universally beloved.
Okay.
Think this is more popular than Heaven is a Place on Earth by Belinda Carlisle?
Probably not. No, it's popular, but not that popular.
God, I like that song. The Wait.
Yeah. It's in The Big Chill movie I really like.
Forrest Gump?
Was The Wait in Forrest
It's
Gump?
in a lot of movies.
Is it?
Forrest Gump. I mean,
Running
Forrest
on
Gump.
Empty. That's what plays when Forrest Gump is running, which is a little on the nose, but what am I to do?
Yeah, the skipper.
Hold on, I felt like that was a criticism of Forrest Gump right there.
Was.
That's
I
my
won't
read.
stand for it.
Good or bad?
Good.
Okay.
Best Picture.
It won.
Oh, see, Doug, you got to be paying attention with this guy.
I know. It was an iconic movie that people still refer to today.
Yeah.
How many years later?
In my opinion, and this is just my opinion.
You own goodorbad.com.
I sure do. Pulp Fiction and Shawshank are far more impactful.
I don't know. Impactful in what way?
The Gimp scene.
The Gimp scene alone.
Pulp Fiction, far more violent. Shawshank Redemption, I'll give you. That was a quality movie.
Pulp Fiction's one of the most influential movies of the last 30 years.
Who did it influence?
An entire wave of indie filmmakers.
To be more violent?
To make really interesting original movies.
Well, okay.
We do complain about all the Marvel comic and all the remakes, so we can't crap on a guy who does original stuff.
They got to stop putting movies on streaming services like 2 weeks after the release in the theaters. No one's going to see a movie in the theater if they know they can buy it for $15 in 3 weeks.
Wouldn't they only do that if it bombed in the theaters?
No, now it's what they do pretty much across the board. It's really frustrating. So I want people to go out and see the movies in the theaters, baby.
Don't say baby. what do you care? You don't have any skin in the game there?
Because I like seeing movies in movie theaters, and they're not going to be around forever if people don't go and see them. I don't blame people. It's expensive. You know, I'm not. I understand.
Maybe lower the cost of popcorn a little bit, and we'll be more likely to go.
How are they supposed to keep the lights on?
Well, then if it doesn't work, then it doesn't work. Then it needs to go out of business.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
That's what happened to the Picture House at Plaza Frontenac.
Yeah, I think Alamo Drafthouse kind of hit them hard.
What did?
The Alamo Drafthouse at the Foundry. I think because there wasn't a lot of places where you could see. What? I said the name of a movie theater, and there's uproarious laughter.
Tim and I were looking at each other.
Because I was going, I don't know what he's talking about. So I looked around. I was very confident that if I didn't know, Doug didn't know, so I went to Martin.
Trying to connect the dots. Is the Alamo Drafthouse
a movie theater?
It sounds like a bar.
But do
That's what I was thinking. Like one of those places that, girls who, are hanging out and serving drinks. That's like during the day.
It's a cinema, but I was wondering, do they do the sort of offbeat foreign films the way
more independent stuff? Yeah, so they put very similar movies that Frontenac did, but you didn't, like the seats at Frontenac weren't great. You were often around an older clientele.
Who cares who you're around? You're just sitting there watching a movie.
I know, but I'm saying they're like Alamo Drafthouse is much more for like the young moviegoer. They serve beer and food, and chairs are really comfortable.
Where do the olds go now that Frontenac's
probably have to go to Drafthouse. I'm not being ageist. I saw a ton of movies at Frontenac.
I enjoyed the Frontenac experience, and I think we're a bunch of adults because I'm pretty sure Jeff Ablin broke the story on this show, how it was going under, and then Nelly was mad because he liked the popcorn from Frontenac's, and that he would stop by there, Nellywood, just to get the popcorn. And Ablin said, yeah, it's going out of business. And then, nothing was said for 2 months. Yeah. And then the story breaks. We're like, oh, it's going out of business.
We had it first, and we missed it.
As first reported by Jeff Ablin.
Well, they're really not happy in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. Doug, take your pick. Okay. I'll start with the Crystal City Clamhammer. Sounds like Libby Jack supports capitalism. That's from the Crystal City Clamhammer. Sharon and Clayton, also, she's in Sanibel, Maui, and or is it Malibu? Maui, Michigan. I'm getting confused with all the property she's acquired. You do know it's Belinda Carlisle, right? Also, bonus point. Also, bonus points if you can name the band where she was the lead singer.
Bonus points. Wow.
We've been saying Belinda Carlisle, but that's what we could just call her as her nickname.
Because of your rapport with her from Miami.
I don't have a rapport with her. We understand her full name is Belinda, but we call her Bindi. Just like Benjamin Netanyahu, we call him
Bibi.
Bibi.
The next text after this is Crystal City Claimer, then Sharon Clayton, then Mr. Licks. Are you seriously suggesting that Alamo Draft House caused Plaza Frontenac's Theater to go out of business? That's from Mr. Licks. I mean, we're all taking shrapnel here. Every last one of us.
Can I briefly explain my rationale? I'll be real quick.
Go for it.
If you were young, like if you were a younger person, or like, and I consider like a younger, like if you're under 50 and you wanted like a more modern movie-going experience, but you wanted to see something that was a little more independent, possibly foreign, who knows, something that's not like a big studio movie, you only could go to the Plaza Frontenac. But then Draft House opened up. You had the Foundry with the food hall right there. You get a beer, really comfortable seat, great screens, and you could see it there. And I think a lot of people started going there instead. I think that's part of it. Movie theaters already are going to be up against it with how much you can watch at home. So more competition, yeah, I do think that takes some people out.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
Mr. Licks is going to call and he's going to come after you.
You really wake up some days and say, boy, I'd really like to see a foreign film that I've never heard of anything about.
I mean, I probably have heard something about it, but yeah, they make great movies all across this planet.
So now you're anti-American.
No.
Hollywood's not good enough for you.
It is. I watch, most of the movies I watch come out of the American studio system.
Okay.
Forrest Gump was perfect for middle-browed Dougs gulping down their milk duds as they try to escape the crushing reality of their everyday lives. Doug, that's from Minute Bowl eligible.
That seems harsh.
I did not say that.
I'm just reading the text in order.
Okay. I didn't say that.
Picture house in Frontenac closed because you could walk right in without a ticket. That's from the Jerkwood from Kirkwood. Is that true?
Oh. No, they had a ticket taker. Okay. Well, at least the times I went.
There is something about the comfortable seats. When I go to Ronnie's there in South County. When I go,
Isn't
and
it
the
nice?
big reclining seats. Yeah, you could fall asleep right there in a minute if you tried to.
Mm-hmm.
Why the hell do we give Libby Jack so much room to talk movies day in and day out? That's from President of Special Projects.
Who's we?
I guess President of Special Projects.
No. Yeah. If it's Gersh, I gotta respect it.
The olds fall asleep in theaters and snore, Doug. That's from the Horny Banker.
I've never heard any snoring.
No, I did say when I saw The Irishman, the gentleman behind me had an oxygen tank. That was tough.
Did that bother you? Did it make a noise?
It sounded like Darth Vader was behind me.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, it made a noise.
Well, you could have moved probably.
I did. I had to.
Okay.
It was tough. 3.5 hours.
If you see a movie at Frontenac, you have to be prepared for at least one old oven providing his own soundtrack with snoring. That's from Sharon and Clayton.
Old oven.
I didn't have that experience, but yeah, I mean, it was an older clientele, which is fine.
It doesn't sound like it's fine.
Well, clearly not. It boarded it all up.
Stick to pushing buttons on a mid-market radio show whose only saving grace is the sheer luck that Tim McKernan graces it with his presence. And stop trying to analyze business as if you know a thing about capitalism.
Oh.
So Mr. Licks, and that was sent with all caps.
Yeah, I bet it was.
You'll notice he didn't point anything out in my rationale. He just yelled, which is always the sign of a great debate.
Mm-hmm. And you're not going to stop pushing buttons either, are you?
If I want to remain employed.
I enjoy the fact that people are answering the bonus question that Belinda Carlisle was in the Go-Go's, because I didn't think it was all that challenging.
No.
But people are now texting in.
We got bonus points.
People are texting in as if they're going to get some bonus points. R.I.P. Frontenac. Where's the popcorn going to be available? Maybe they could.
Yeah, I know. He's got to figure that out. Pulp Fiction sucks. That's from the American Dream Possible Burner.
Everyone's entitled to an opinion. It's cool. I know it's not for everybody. Very gratuitous violence.
Yeah. Probably need to get away from that.
I mean,
gratuitous violence. There's too much violence in our
UPS
society.
Tony says
What's
the
he got,
answer is yes. I may disagree with almost everything Piddle says, but when it comes to film talk, I'm 100% on board.
How about
Thank
that,
you.
Jackson?
UPS Tony.
Shout out to UPS Tony. Probably a good dude.
Because he supports you.
I went to the Chase Park Plaza Theater last night and watched Les Cuckolding de Doug. That's from the 314.
No, that's a foreign film. That's a foreign film out of Paris.
That was a can.
Subtitles.
That picture. 9:46 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. It is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Martin has onboarding at 10 o'clock. Jackson has wonderful questions coming up at the 10 o'clock
In the
hour.
reserve, too.
Yeah, in the reserve, too. The Stiefel dossier. Then you got the design, air, heating, and cooling email. They were kind of heading down the stretch here in the month of March. JV golf coach and self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom are tied at 3. I thought JV golf coach won yesterday and took the lead, but maybe I'm wrong.
That is correct. That's correct. That's correct. If I remember correctly, we were short on time, so I might have just hustled out of here, but I will fix that.
Hustled out of here.
JV golf coach actually has the lead for Bucksville Plate. He sent an email about that.
You know he will.
Self-made stay-at-home Ladue Mom has 3 wins. Kermit the Bong, Misty Plops, Jimmy Stronglegs, and Don't Think, Just Stink. Ours Went Pink has a win as well. You can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That's coming up on your Stiefel dossier. This is the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. It's TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. 89? I'm going to say 89 because it's going to get me 88 and 90, and I feel good about
It's
that.
right in the 89-90 window.
Feel good about it. Rest in peace, huh, Doug?
Yeah. He's no longer with us.
Was he
Which is
trying
why
to
we
sing
say
bad?
rest in peace.
What's up?
Was he trying to sing bad?
Yeah, I think it's intentional.
Okay. It kind of feels like a Tracy Morgan bit.
It does. Food poisoning was the reason for Tracy Morgan vomiting on the floor at Madison Square Garden.
Really? That's a violent reaction.
Chairman
to
Kirk,
food
did
poisoning.
you just do air quotes over Martin's shoulder? Did I catch that? That was on my periphery.
Yeah, I threw some air quotes up there.
For what?
For food
which one?
poisoning.
What do you think it was?
Living the Tracy Morgan lifestyle.
Oh. And what is that exactly?
I'm not going to go down that road. I'm trying to keep this
Train rolling.
Station on the air.
Yeah.
Doug, the Cardinals are a game up on the Cubs, and that's just an indicator of this season being full of many pleasant surprises. The Cubs have lost yet again to the Los Angeles Dodgers in games that count, being played in Tokyo, and Shohei Ohtani went yard. But you know who hit the first home run in Major League Baseball in the 2025 season? I saw Martin tweeting about it in the 6 o'clock hour.
Tommy Edman?
That's right.
Of course.
First homer of the season, Doug.
He's your
Tommy
National
Edman.
MVP. And Paul Goldschmidt will be your American League most valuable player.
Yeah, they went 2-0 over there without Mookie Betts, without Freddie Freeman.
I know it sounds like a square play. And last year, Jackson remembers it. I was talking about it throughout the course of Balloon Party. I was on the A's win total over, and it shipped. That was a pretty substantial wager. I'll give those out before the season starts. And I flat out, I don't steal them, but I pay for a subscription service. This guy does a hell of a job. And he provides publicly his track record, and he's just an analytics guy. And when you have a large sample size, like 162 baseball games, you can get home. I know that he really liked the over on the White Sox at 52.5 now, because you think the White Sox are going to be good, but you're going, my God, 52.5 is such a low number. Anyway, the Dodgers win total, if memory serves, was 100.5. And that sounds ridiculous, but I'm telling you, I don't know. I'm sure hardcore baseball fans have an appreciation for it. I also think a lot of baseball writers don't like to talk about it because it'll take a focal point of how economically screwed up the game is, that the Dodgers are what they are. I love the Dodgers over 100.5. And that usually is something that gamblers would frown on, like good gamblers would frown on, because it's such a ridiculous win total and you can have injuries, but they're so deep and they're so good that not only do I think 100.5 over, but I think they could challenge the record for regular season wins. It's otherworldly how great
What's
that
the
team
record?
is.
Like 116, 117?
2001 Mariners tied it. Am I not mistaken on that?
116,
Ryan
was it?
Franklin, friend of the program. I'm crowdsourcing.
Yeah,
I guess
we
Doug's
were all
crowdsourcing, and then I started crowdsourcing.
So what, you responded to a crowdsource with a crowdsource?
That's correct. Mariners were 116 and 46.
Yeah.
God, that's an incredible record. They had Griffey and Johnson and
Ryan Franklin.
Buhner and
Lou
Franklin.
Piniella.
Sweet Lou Piniella. Edgar Martinez.
No. Tyler McGill was out at Syracuse. They still won 116.
Hey, Tim, would you say you love the Dodgers over? Doug, check this out and watch my tongue, boy. I
like a little hummingbird. Oh.
The Dodgers over.
Jackson, Flash, and Doug, and now Tim's.
Yeah.
Here's some.
I turned and looked at it, too.
You did.
Why would I do that?
Jamie Moyer was a pitcher on that Mariners team,
Yeah.
and he was 38 then.
He's still pitching.
Seems like it. What did he pitch to? I feel like in 50?
Mid to late 40s.
I think 47. I think he got up there with Nolan Ryan. Roger Clemens pitched till he was 44.
We got a developing situation with the hunchback of Vaughn Castle. Guys, my office set up a women's bracket instead of a men's. How do I tell them without getting canceled? It's from the hunchback of Vaughn Castle. So they did a bracket pool. The people aren't big sports fans. They started passing it out, and he realized that he saw South Carolina was a 1 seed and goes, uh-oh, I think we got the wrong tournament.
Here's what you do.
Yeah, I think you do.
You say, hey, this is great. Can we also do a men's tournament? We do both. You know, that way you're covering both. So
Nice,
you fill out the
Jackson.
women's bracket, and then you say, hey, can we also do a men's? We'll do a two bracket situation.
But when you walk out of the room, don't let them see you going, hey, great. I'm sorry, you're not going to fill that out? I'm just not as knowledgeable as I should be.
Sweet Lord. Jamie Moore's first season was 1986. And he pitched till 2012.
He had a cup of coffee here in St. Louis.
He did, yeah.
Yes, in 1990 and 1.
Well,
0-5. He was 0-5 with his tenure at the Cardinals.
A left-hander who can spin it a little bit. Can
junk ball.
Pitch for a long time. Come in, and of course, back then, oftentimes you pitched to 1 or 2 guys if you're pitching out of the pen.
He threw 4,000 innings.
Oh,
sweet mother of mercy.
My arm tired.
Timmy, the White Sox over is the move for your 4th mortgage. That's from Cloyd Bigsby. White Sox total 52.5. I wonder if the Dodgers is still bettable now that they've played 2 games.
But the White Sox were not on the, what was it, the explosion index? What did we have? The hopeability?
Oh, yeah.
They were not on the trajectory to surprise.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing about the 52.5 win total is you can lose 108 games and still cover. Isn't that nice?
Well, their roster is not that impressive. I wonder how many of these guys you've heard of.
Are they doing a reset?
How
does the skipper do that every
Corey
day?
Lee and Miguel Vargas, Chase Meadroth, Mike Toshman, Miguel Vargas. These are starters.
Nice.
Well,
so you like this
hang
club?
in there. I don't really like the club.
If you put $100 on the White Sox to win the World Series, and they do, you will be handed $50,000.
Well, that might be worth it.
Same with the Rockies and Marlins. $100 on the Cardinals to win the World Series will get you $13,000.
That might be worth it.
A little flyer?
$13,000 on the Cardinals winning the World Series?
Winning the National League Central, you get $900. That's tied with, now the Pirates have dropped below the Cardinals. They had been tied at plus $900. The Pirates are now at plus $1,050.
Okay.
Cubs are even money to win the National League Central. Would you rather have the Cubs or the other 4 teams?
Other 4.
I agree with you on that.
Someone's got to knock off the Brewers before they're not the kings of the division. They have been for a couple of years now.
They won 93 games a year ago, and yet they're also on the explosion chart, whatever it was.
Yes, they are. The Hope-O-meter, whatever the hell that thing was.
Yeah. The surprise meter.
Reds plus 490, Cardinals plus 900, Pirates plus 1,050. There you go. Martin, you got onboarding. I know that. That's going to be today's a big onboarding day, I think.
Yeah, there's a lot of topics that could probably help Jackson in the future, goodorbad.com, not actually being a website yet. We promote it. Mm-hmm. There's a truth in advertising.
Well, it just gives me credibility.
Okay, it's one of our segments today.
As a business owner.
Yeah. So that, Martin is off, but Jackson's got the Stiefel dossier chock full of wonderful questions. Doug, there's something about Chinese food.
Oh, gosh, no.
There's the question in reserve.
Can't order it by yourself? Is that the question?
Martin, by chance, did you hear Doug say that his take on P.F. Chang's yesterday?
I did not.
I love P.F. Chang's.
All hell broke loose. Doug said the best Chinese restaurant in St. Louis is P.F. Chang's.
Absolutely. What's wrong with P.F. Chang's?
Why don't you support the locals? There's a Chinese Express on some corners.
What's your favorite sandwich place? Subway?
Oh, Chairman Kurt.
Tuna fish.
Just because you're a chain doesn't mean you're bad. I mean, you like Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, don't you?
I'll go Citizen Cane's all day.
But wouldn't you, if you had your druthers, prefer a local spot?
Like a King Dough over there in Warson Woods.
You asked me where the best food was, and I think that's the best Chinese food I've had.
Hey, you are entitled, not only entitled, but empowered to give your own opinion.
Okay, that's what I did.
Yeah. I think it's pretty good.
Lettuce wraps.
They acted like I was just a complete nut job.
Landed from Mars.
Yeah. Shang. Yes.
That was a real reenactment.
Are you going to break into the reserve this hour?
Probably, yeah.
And that's different than Jackson's theory, which we touched on with the zoo being good at football would sort of save the city of St. Louis.
The reserve is like my safe, and inside the safe there are theories, questions, polls. There is the hypothetical odysseys.
Oh, I had one I wanted you to add to your eternal list. Is skinny the new fat in terms of showing off wealth? Used to be, right? Big fat guy.
Hold on a second. Wow, I got to think about that. Okay, what do we got again?
Okay, so is skinny the new fat in terms of showing off wealth?
Like it's gross?
Well, no, it used to be big fat guy drinking, eating, like, wow, he's so wealthy. He's just gluttonous.
Oh, I
and
see.
now all the really wealthy people are getting skinny and like
Yeah.
And they got kind of designer clothes. They could be 80, but they've got like the designer clothes walking around the club and like, hey, you look great. What are you up to? Could be Ozempic. Don't know. But I'm just saying all of a sudden.
Could be Whitehorse.
Yeah, just the wealthier people are looking to get skinny as like a show of I'm doing well in life. It used to be, yeah, you're a Tubbleart, but you own all this property. You know what I'm saying? Are you with the think about it?
Jackson, I mean, you're a Ledoux guy. What do you think on that?
Isn't being fat as a sign of wealth a little Victorian?
Well, I'm saying I'm not going that far back.
Like aristocratic. Like
I honestly don't recall a time when being heavy was a sign of wealth.
I think
like Michael Douglas wasn't fat in Wall Street.
Yeah, but I think there was the
Gecko.
rich guy behind the desk. He's chewing on his
treadmill in his
sandwich.
office.
And if you look at
carpet everywhere.
If you look at paintings and photographs of women they considered to be the most beautiful 100
Zoftig?
years ago, they were all heavier than they are now.
Zoftig.
Zoftig, yeah, I guess that's what they were.
Vavavoom.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know, a lot of rich people are like, oh, your buddy's dad. Oh, yeah, he's a big, heavy guy. But now they're all skinny.
Yeah.
Think
All
about
right.
it. Think about it.
It's something.
I know it's a little Victorian, I guess.
Victorian.
It's literal fat
Martin,
to
have you
chew
ever had a
on.
question dismissed because it's too Victorian?
No, it wasn't dismissive. I was just.
You can't answer my question. You got nothing to do. You're going to end up in Syracuse.
I'll give you AJ
Answer my
Minter.
question.
Tyler McGill.
I can't even get Tyler McGill over here.
And now he won't.
He's going to ride up in Syracuse.
He's not going to root for the Mets at
And I'm
all.
going to be really mad until I start laughing, which is an indication I didn't really mean it in the first place.
Doug, you've got an endorsement from Sharon and Clayton.
On what now?
P.F. Chang's literally saved me after a really long night in Vegas once. I'm forever a patron. That's Sharon and Sanibel Clayton, Maui and Michigan.
Yeah. I've been to P.F. Chang's 3 or 4 times. It's always just been great.
And she's mad at me, Tim. Sharon and Clayton.
What's she mad at you about?
Because I said the question was too easy. The trivia question about Bindi.
What was the answer?
Carlisle.
What's the answer? She was in the Go-Go's.
Did you know that?
No.
Really?
Okay. All right,
That's probably a dated
now I have
thing.
to take it back. Guess it was a tough question.
Music trivia is kind of a blind spot for me.
Oh, I'm the worst. I'm the absolute worst.
Yeah. You and me, Doug. We wouldn't be in that department.
Horrible at it.
If you're a chain restaurant, you are disgusting. It's like sharing a loofah with your dad. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Laduma.
Me and Martin shared shower water. That was tough.
When you sit down and eat at a restaurant, do you really care that, there's one just like this in Chicago? This can't be good. That's a ridiculous thought.
No, but
It's an absolute ridiculous thought.
But if I have my choice between going to a chain restaurant and supporting a small local business, I'll always choose the latter. If I have the choice, you know.
But hopefully it's not just supporting, but they're
was
also
virtue signaling.
a good product.
That's not virtue signaling. It's
Virtue signaling all day.
No, that's what I want to do.
Do you protest outside chain restaurants?
No, I don't.
Shame people.
I'm not saying that you shouldn't
Throwing
go
egg
to
rolls
chain
and
restaurants.
going into the
I'm not saying you
chain.
shouldn't go to chain restaurants. I go to chain restaurants all the time. I'm saying if I like one or the other, I'm going to choose small and local.
Doug's wife is wearing a fur coat and you throw fake soy sauce on her.
Well, I tell him that you're supposed to lay low. We just did the Lufthansa heist.
Sorry?
Johnny roast beef, pink
The
Cadillac.
Lufthansa heist.
What just
Ray
happened?
Liotta in the shower, Doug.
Okay.
It is Doug's favorite margarita at Applebee's. That's from the Hunchback of On Castle.
I don't mind Applebee's.
Guys, I think we've reached a point where we need to see Sharon's balance sheet. I'm not buying this real estate portfolio. That's from the Orson Woods Wacko. Is she going to come to the balance sheet showdown that he and Mr. Licks are having?
That's right. That's at the Starbucks.
If you're trash talking P.F. Chang's, you're just a Lomaine elitist. And I'm tired of Big Lomaine.
Big Lomaine is ruling this conversation.
Martin, you're going to miss the P.F. Chang's discussion and Jackson's evergreen questions.
I've asked her in the onboard if they could put TMA on the speakers because there's about 8 of us in the room. Some are just getting initiated in their
A lot
time.
of team building activities.
Yeah, 92.3. They're learning a lot about Hubbard, and then every time I bring up playing this show, big thumbs down.
Is that right? Yeah, that's understandable.
Here's a good point, too. Someone writes in, chain restaurants, many of them are locally owned by people.
Sure.
That is
Franchises, yeah, no doubt. And
locally owned.
Sure. But I prefer that the business, like, I don't know.
You prefer they not have an office in New York somewhere?
If I give the take, then it's automatically ripped on by the.
You text me the take and I'll give it.
By the listeners, so I'll just submit.
You can't have this attitude going into your live stream tomorrow night.
I wanted to have.
You got to be stronger.
I wanted some positivity.
If Missouri is down late in the game and it's a tight game, they are going to try to stomp on your corpse.
Bring it back.
Numbers will spike.
Dig back in. I'd rather the money go to the local business owner. Okay. And again, franchises.
It is at most franchises.
But then it's going up the chain, and the whole thing.
The franchise usually makes the money when they sell the franchise to the local franchisee,
right?
Who might live right down the street from you.
And I hope that's the case. And I want to support all the local business owners that I can,
including the franchise restaurants.
That's why
owned by local people.
That's why I often go to
That's why there's still billboards saying you get yourself a Steak and Shake for $10,000. There's billboards everywhere. There just aren't Steak and Shakes everywhere. I don't quite understand.
That's why there's billboards everywhere.
Just take your L, Piddles. That's from Sharon.
I don't think I'm taking an L, but so saying supporting local businesses is an L. Wow.
But a local business
Must be nice.
can be the chain franchise restaurants.
It can be, but local businesses, individual local businesses are for sure that, you know.
Well, I don't know what percentage of franchises would be locally owned, but I bet it's most of them.
All right. Fair enough. Yeah, we can agree to disagree.
See, you're in the hip pocket of Big Lo Mein.
It'd be best egg roll in town.
You're the one. P.F. Chang's is Big Lo Mein.
Maybe best egg roll could replace best fries in town. When you guys are a little slow in the 10 o'clock, just throw out best egg roll.
I'm not
instead of
big
best
on
fry.
egg rolls.
Okay.
Let me tell you something real quick, Martin, before you go. That Chuck's Hot Chicken might have the best fries in town.
Ooh,
I love
kind of a
Chuck's Hot
sleeper
Chicken. It's a
play.
sleeper play.
crinkle cut, eh?
That's why I'm kind of whispering it. It's not a crinkle cut either.
not?
It's got a little bit of seasoning on it.
Yeah, I'm thinking
It's a great fry, Doug.
Okay.
The one that I go to is in Rock Hill on Manchester.
Is
but
it?
there are a few going around. I think the Wizard might own it. I think the Wizard's involved somehow.
Is he?
I think. I don't know. Either way, it's good stuff. All right, Martin's got onboarding. We got a big 10 o'clock hour coming your way with the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. And the Little Piddles Wednesday six-shooter.
Yeah, we'll talk it over.
Okay.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Universal Windows Direct. Universal Windows Direct is telling you that here is a great opportunity to capitalize on tax season by reinvesting in your home with their special. Here's what they got going on. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and there's no limit. Need 4. You only pay for 2, need 20, only pay for 10. It's the perfect opportunity to upgrade your home without breaking the bank. And here's something that'll make your wallet even happier. Pay no interest until 2030. That's right, no interest for the next 6 years, making it easier than ever to afford the quality windows your home needs. But wait, there's more. This month only, Universal Windows Direct is giving you an extra $500 off your home improvement project. Call 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate today. For the last windows you will ever need, go with Universal Windows Direct. And like me, you will be saying, I love my windows.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The second half of the first 4 NC2A tournament games will be right here on 101 ESPN. The American Eagles taking on Mount St. Mary's, pregame at 5:30, tip-off at 5:40, and then Texas and Xavier square off at 8:10. Winner of that will face the Illinois Fighting Illini. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug Jackson here on this Wide Delta Wednesday.
Okay.
Is doing universally approved songs.
This one I'm not sure I've ever heard.
I was wondering if Tim knew the artist on this one.
I'm thinking it through.
It's a group. Would that help?
That's fair.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
I don't have it.
Certainly not the Mills Brothers. And
Nappy
where's
Roots.
Glowworm in this?
Yeah, Jackson, maybe you'll give Doug Glowworm in the next segment. Now, Doug, you have learned on being on this program since 2007, and you feel like you said before to me off air, you said, man, it feels like it's only been a week.
No, but go ahead.
But it's been 18 years.
Yeah.
That the listeners, in parentheses, for whatever reason, will sometimes send in pictures of their significant others.
Right, yeah.
Now, you're sometimes skeptical that these women, that the listeners, unsolicited, send into the text inbox as representing their wives or girlfriends are actually really their wives or girlfriends.
Yeah, because sometimes the pictures look like the lineup from the Miss Universe pageant.
I don't know why you would think that doesn't apply to the audience,
Okay.
but that's your those are Doug Vaughn's words.
Yeah.
Now, what happened with this audio that we're about to play here? Because I don't completely follow how it wound up in our system, but this is real, and it was called into Hubbard Radio St. Louis. Is that correct?
Yeah. This was sent to me by executive producer Mike Ryder. He said that someone has an idea for the morning show and just wanted to pass it along to me. And
Doug, we're taking ideas.
Okay, I'd like to hear it,
You know,
sure.
ideas from the listeners.
All right. Hit the lever, Pam.
All right.
Hello, Keith. My name is from over here on the east side. I had an idea. Maybe you guys can run with it, maybe not. I've got 2 tickets to opening day Cardinal baseball a week from today. They're really good seats right on the first baseline. Got a good view of the Clydesdales coming out of the gate all the way around the track back into the gate. So I would like to take 1 ticket, and I'm looking for a beautiful single woman to take the other one, somewhere in the age range of 46 to 59. Call it the Bachelor Baseball game or whatever. I just figured maybe you guys could do something with it, get it out on the air for the contest in the morning, see if there's some eligible bachelorette out there, and maybe make a connection. So if you got any thoughts or ideas on that, please give me a call.
Okay. All right, Doug. So this gentleman would like to tap into the TMA audience for the many beautiful women who listen to the program.
Okay. I'm sure there's many
and,
who heard that and are already putting on their Cardinal gear ready to go.
What are we thinking? Email of the day prize? Or
It's a great idea, Chairman. Maybe we can do
the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom and him would have a great time.
I always got the sense she was in her mid-30s.
It's a guy.
Yeah, he would make an exception.
I don't know. That seemed like a pretty hard number.
46 to 59 is a very dialed in. It's like, okay, I've got my 7 out. I mean, if I don't catch it, it's going to go 168. Get it right, it's going 182. I mean, it's a really, this guy's dialed in on 46 to 59.
Mm-hmm. But I have a feeling if she were to come in a little younger, he'd probably be okay with it. A little older, I don't know.
But I like the idea of Bachelor Baseball.
Yeah. What do you think? We can find anyone for him?
Well, how about this? They're already coming in. 314-399-9646. It's called Bachelor Baseball for opening day. I'm 48 and I am a beautiful woman. I'm in. That's from Stepdad Gary.
Oh, that sounds like a guy.
You didn't know that.
Stepdad Gary, to me, sounds like a gentleman.
Guys, I think that was the porta potty guy. That's from Stan the Caddy. Now, one of the I realize there's a lot of things to choose from when you're saying now one of the stranger things, but one of the strangest things is that was left on our director of sales, Keith Krause.
Yeah, I heard Keith. I'm like, that's got to be Krause.
It's our director of sales is getting the TMA audience is contacting the director of sales,
soiling the entire business.
Oh my God.
Well, I wish him luck. Maybe he'll find some success here. Maybe we can send a few candidates his way.
Let's see. He can have my wife. He can rent her for a week. That's from the Orson Woods Wacko. So he's got a monetization strategy.
He's got to rent. He doesn't want to rent anybody.
Wife for rent.
Unless the cost of the ticket counts for rent.
That's the name of the segment is Wife for Rent.
Definitely going to get catfished. No women actually listen to this show. They are all dudes.
Oh.
It's from the 314. Doug, that's not what the research shows, right?
No.
No.
We know a few. We know a few of them are real.
Sharon.
Yeah.
Caller
Ellen.
Yeah.
Baldwin Beer Bitch.
Yes.
There's our 3.
Yeah. The lipstick lass.
Aaron with the nipple rings.
Aaron with the nipple
5.
rings.
5 at least.
My mom.
My
6. I think my parents have passed.
Mine
Not
passed
necessarily
away.
Not necessarily on the show.
Right. Right. Well, yeah.
If this works, I'd like to set up something for maybe like a Battlehawks game with me.
Oh, wow.
Like maybe like 20,
a Bachelor Battlehawks game.
Yeah, 25 to 55.
I can meet up with him. That's from Johnny Cakes. Doug, Johnny Cakes, of course, was active in The Sopranos. Was that the Live Free or Die episode?
I don't know, but that also sounds like a gentleman.
Yeah, but he rode that Harley.
This guy's fishing in a sausage pond. It's from the 563.
I would like to be a fly on the wall of a 48-year-old woman going up to her boss and saying, I heard on the radio this guy is going to take people to opening day, so I'm going to need the afternoon on the 27th off so I can go with this guy for Bachelor Baseball and watch the Redbirds.
Could very well be a serial killer, but we don't care because it's opening day.
TMA Tinder is a new segment. That is from the 636.
I like that.
Good morning. I'm a 38-year-old dude, but I do put out. That's from the 314.
Oh, does he?
All right.
How old's Janet?
I'm not sure. Janet is.
Charlotte. Janet down on Charlotte.
Oh, yeah. She got sideways with Mario and Charlotte over the city of Charlotte.
Lisa, she's a gem.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, Lisa.
Lisa's a gem. Was that woman I let on the fan page when I FaceTimed her?
That's right.
Okay.
Damn him. I'm a woman and I love listening to 101 ESPN. That's from the 314. Well, what about this?
Yeah.
Maybe are you interested in going to, what is it called? Bachelor Baseball.
Yeah. TMA Tender.
Bachelor Baseball. I'm fired up for this idea.
I just hope we can find someone for him.
Yeah.
Well,
sound like
there are a lot of people interested. I'm just getting the sense a lot of these are men.
You can't be sure, though. That's the thing. So, send in a pic, I guess.
Janet can have me anytime. That's from Part-Time Nebraska Fan. That's a separate segment. This is Bachelor Baseball.
Right.
Part-time Nebraska fan.
Part-Time Nebraska Fan.
Like fair weather?
I don't know. I
Tough.
don't know what to say. All I know is I read what's
I guess
in the
if we get a
teleprompter.
picture, we could forward it to this fella and say, is she good enough? Is she attractive enough? Fit in her age range?
Now she's only 44. Is that going to work? Because he was 46.
I don't think
to
so.
59.
I don't think so. That's a no-go.
All right. Email in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. You can call in, I guess, for Bachelor Baseball here, opening day tickets, 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson phone lines. Doug, Collier and Thompson, something you know about, isn't it?
I do. I've been there. I was there a couple weeks ago to get a new microwave oven. They got great appliances. You don't necessarily have to redo your whole kitchen to consider Collier and Thompson. They got a great area for appliances. Stacy is the appliance manager down there. Nothing but high quality appliances. That's what they carry. You go to Collier and Thompson, you're going to get the best. This is a company that you can trust. They've been in business since the 1950s. Their employees now have more than 165 years of combined experience. Bob Strati and Carolyn Beard, the owners, have been there more than 20 years apiece each. Hard to know who you can trust to be in your home, who's going to back up their work. Collier and Thompson stands behind every job that they do during the process. They will always be there and available for you in case you need to make any changes. The Collier and Thompson team cares about the work they produce. For them, it's more than just a job. They take pride in the work that they produce, and they do produce some outstanding work. Collier and Thompson's core values are summed up by just doing the right thing. Might cost them a little extra time and dollars, but that's what sets them apart from the competition. If you're trying to redo, remodel any part of your home, whether that's a kitchen, a master bath, We want to finish the basement, anything. If you go to Collier & Thompson, you know that it is going to be done right by people you can trust. Collier & Thompson's on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come on to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
There it is, Collier & Thompson. Sponsor the phone lines here on TMA. You can see Jackson's debut on the Spread Zone. That is on the TMA YouTube channel. That is available at youtube.com/TMASTL. Jackson, Riz from The Riz Show on 105.7 The Point, and myself looking ahead at the NCAA tournament. And Doug, my pick, I knew it was going to catch hell, but I have to say what I think. And, it's up there. It's up there at youtube.com/TMASTL. Make your plays. A lot of plays to be made, as it is a degenerate gambler's perfect storm. I mean, you've got everything you could possibly ask for at this time of year, especially with the NCAA tournament getting underway. I say tomorrow, but I guess technically it got underway last night. I don't know. Jackson, you're a Tuesday guy.
First four, respect. Those are 8 of the 68 teams in the field. So absolute respect to them. But the full madness begins on Thursday.
That's right. About 24 hours from now. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt in for Martin Kilcoyne, who's onboarding Jackson Burkett with you. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring has been family and locally owned for over 30 years. Michael takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and make a great living. His passion is flooring. And when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. And that's why, again, he's making sure he gets the best installers and giving them $7 a square yard. That is incredible compensation in this industry. Just come in or talk to them. You'll see the difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you, not pushing what corporate's telling them they have too much of. There is a reason Michael's has continued to grow through the 31 years. Here's the reason. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they're taken care of, and then this then rubs off to the families buying the product as they know they have the best interests of the buyers at heart. They have it all, but carpet's awesome, and it's back. They have so many varieties of all flooring and have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in the St. Louis metropolitan area: Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peters. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael. Make sure you visit igotfloored.com.
Another universal hit.
Absolutely.
We run out of time for Glowworm, my friend.
I am starting to wonder if we're going to get the Glowworm. It is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, Jackson Burkett with you, BK and Ferrario at the top of the hour. Jackson, can we replay the voicemail? Because so many text messages come in from people wanting to participate in Bachelor Baseball that I want to reset it for the listeners just joining us here on the TMA STL YouTube channel and 101 ESPN.
All right, hear this.
Hello, Keith. My name is from over here on the east side.
Yeah.
I had an idea. Maybe you guys can run with it, maybe not. I've got 2 tickets to opening day Cardinal baseball a week from today. They're really good seats right on the first baseline. Got a good view of the Clydesdales coming out of the gate all the way around the track back into the gate. So I would like to take 1 ticket, and I'm looking for a beautiful single woman to take the other one, somewhere in the age range of 46 to 59. Call it the Bachelor Baseball game or whatever. I just figured maybe you guys could do something with it, get it out on the air for the contest in the morning, see if there's some eligible bachelorette out there, and maybe make a connection. So if you got any thoughts or ideas on that, please give me a call.
And then he left his phone number, which we decided we shouldn't put on the program.
But we will pass along to some beautiful
That's exactly
woman
right. And how about
wants to
this,
go.
Doug?
What?
From the 573.
Okay.
I'm a 32-year-old gal, and I listen every morning. I love TMA and consider myself attractive. But...
Oh, no. However...
I will be attending opening day with my husband.
No.
Sounds like a cuckfish.
TMA cuckold situation.
Kudos for this guy for shooting his shot, though. How about that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Pucks on net?
Got to put pucks on net.
Yeah.
Wayne Gretzky, Michael Scott. Put this weirdo on all police departments' watch list within the Mound City proper. That's from the Veiled Prophet.
Well, that's the other side of it.
I'm clearly a woman and I'm interested. Does he mind if I tuck it back? That's from Mrs. Janny Shanahan.
Oh, that'd be a deal killer.
You're speaking for him. That's not fair.
Should we maybe post his picture on the fan page or somewhere so other people get a look at it and entice some women that way?
I don't have the gentleman's picture. All I have is that voicemail.
Let me sell the fan page for $1 before we do that. Thank you.
Yeah, and then take buck wild.
Yeah, they can have at it.
We don't want the women coming out just because of the way he looks.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely. Good call, Kurt.
It's like Love is Blind.
I like how he said there's a good view of the Clydesdales.
Yeah. When they leave and when they come back.
Those are really small.
What about the stay-at-home, self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom? That's from the 314.
That was everyone's first thought.
Yeah, be a nice connection.
She seems
I just think she's younger than 46.
Yes.
She's a big, heavy-set weightlifter type.
But she's
gentleman.
Taking a shot?
Yeah.
But she's actively looking for a new partner. She always talks about her button-weaned husband.
Oh.
That's her words, not mine.
Guys, that's typical East Side cucktivities. That's from part-time Nebraska fan.
He seems like he's bowling.
Is the East Side known for cucktivities?
I thought that was parts of West and South County.
Every single quote-unquote woman texting in is a 300-pound fat fella incel in his basement. It's from Doug's prison wallet, and he is our TMA social media correspondent.
They're all incels.
Per Doug's prison wallet. And also
Morbidly
300
obese
pound morbidly obese incels as well. That's who's texting in. I don't believe it. I think these are beautiful women who are interested, just are trying to work through some situations, whether it be career or their marriages.
Yeah.
All right, Jackson, we'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up here on the program. You can always go back and podcast. Go watch it on YouTube, youtube.com/TMASTL. And, of course, the Schaefer Door Company podcast. I will be off tomorrow and Friday. Hope this doesn't come off as a brag, but I am driving to Wichita. Is that unrelatable?
Boy, not a lot of us could pull that off. Yeah. It's right there with, I'd say, Vegas is maybe Orlando for vacation hotspots in the country.
Yep. Well, my son is just happy because he's like, we're driving. So he's just happy because he's like, I can watch an iPad for the entire time.
Well, you may see a lot of winter wheat that way.
Oh, they're on?
Maybe. A lot of wind farms. Kansas got a lot of those big, giant Have you seen those? A big giant wind.
I have never done the furthest I have gotten into Kansas in a car is driving from Kansas City to Lawrence. That's as far. So I have not.
Beautiful country.
I have not had a chance to enjoy the magic that is. And James Carlton, who's a native of Wichita, was texting with me last night. James Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, and he was saying when you're driving from Kansas City to Wichita, you're getting the full-on Kansas experience.
I would think so.
Yeah, boy, howdy.
If you get bored, just know this is where your bread comes from.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll be listening to podcasts or books left and right, and that's what I'll be doing.
Okay.
Talking it over with my wife. My son will be on the iPad. That's kind of what I envision. And then we'll start talking about the tournament.
You just talk like Dick Vitale all the way through.
We'll be listening to SIUE. And we roll into Wichita, and there's a celebration going on as a 16 seed has shocked the world and beaten Houston. Jackson, you like that chance?
That the SIUE Cougars?
Me to light $100 on fire and put it on SIUE to win straight up?
That's lighting it on fire.
Is it really?
I mean, come on.
If you talked about Dickie V all the way to Wichita, your wife would throw herself out of the car before you got to Sedalia.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. Or what are they called? The Wentzville territories? That's what they're called?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
I think it happened.
She could probably take it that long. That's only like 40 minutes or so from here.
Hot Take Mittens brought to you by the EDF Group. That stands for Engineered Design Facilities. But it's known as the EDF Group. Attention business owners, did you know fire codes require your company's fire alarm system to be inspected and maintained by a certified fire alarm service provider? It's not about compliance. It's about protecting your employees, customers, and property. That's where EDF Group's Fire and Security Division comes in, proudly serving St. Louis and beyond. EDF Fire and Security specialize in keeping businesses safe and secure. From expert fire alarm inspections to advanced commercial security systems, they've got you covered, and it doesn't stop there. With 24/7 fire alarm and security monitoring, you'll have peace of mind knowing your business is protected every hour of the day. Don't wait until it's too late. Call EDF Group's Fire and Security Division today and let them help you stay compliant, secure, and safe. Visit theedfgroup.com or call 314-993-8053 to learn more. EDF Group, your partner in fire safety and security. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, Jackson Burkett with you. The show is called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. This is 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Caw. You hear that, Battlehawks fans? That's the sound of Battlehawks football returning to the Dome for the 2025 season. And Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken wants you to be a part of it. That's why their new Battlehawks box will get you 4 of their famous hand-breaded chicken strips and an order of potato wedges. You heard that right, potato wedges. I love those potato wedges. They took them away from a lot of places. I think it's a really nice alternative to fry, a lot of yield there. And then on top of all of that, you get 2 dipping sauces. I like that Chipotle Ranch. You also get a code valid for up to 30% off Battlehawks tickets. That's right. What a deal that is. Battlehawk game tickets start at just $14. So get game day ready with the Battlehawks box for just $8.99 at any St. Louis area Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken location. You might be out there thinking, oh, I'm in the mood for chicken tonight. And Lee's might not be the first thing on top of your mind. Well, I'm telling you, you're going to go there and you're going to make Lee's a lot. It's going to become a very popular spot for you because the chicken is outstanding. Plus, look at this deal. You just scan a QR code, up to 30% off a box of chicken. You can get the Battlehawks box in-store or by ordering online on Lee's new mobile app, where you can also earn points for free food and discount. That's Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken.
This dude be bussin', opposing pitcher's gonna have nothing. Jordan Walker finally coming round. This man-child could be Cooperstown bound. Brendan Donnie, that boy is
Jordan Walker's Hall of Famer?
always making the beef.
Gotta have one season that's decent first. At least one. More like 15.
Never in a funk. Look out now, these baby birds gonna fly. First place by mid-July. All the haters be singing their tune. They'll be playing in October when you're on your pontoon.
I just don't get that. I just don't get the on the pontoon.
Spring training report here on TMA for the 2025 Youngry Birds. Dan Caesar, the Post-Dispatch, writing there will be more ways than ever to watch Cardinal baseball this season. The question is, how many people want to tune in?
That is the question.
Is that what he wrote, or was that your opinion?
No, I'm reading Friday. You know me. I'm right. Okay. Everything I do is scripted.
Yeah. Okay.
Here's what you got. Several key programming distributors, such as Dish Network, YouTube TV, Hulu with Live TV, and Altis? Anybody familiar with Altis?
No,
Altis?
I don't know.
Have not been carrying FanDuel Sports Network, formerly Bally's Sports Midwest, the outlet that produces and shows the team's local television package. Some fans who wanted to watch the telecast via streaming were unable to do so because a subscription to a programming provider that showed the games was required. Others who lived in an area that was considered in another team's geographic territory were blocked out by the Cardinal telecasts. So the team's taken several steps for this upcoming season to address those deficiencies. FanDuel is citing Iowa as an example. Iowa is part of the TV territory for 6 teams: Cardinals, Royals, Cubs, White Sox, Brewers, and Twins. And some providers in Iowa carry FanDuel Sports Network Midwest, and some carry the Cubs channel, and people are being blacked out from everything. So, if you are interested in watching the Cardinals, 3 levels of the direct-to-consumer streaming service are being offered. $19.99 per month, $99.99 for the full season, or $189.99 for a full calendar year. And the packages entail all FanDuel programming available in the customer's zip code, which in the St. Louis area includes the Blues and some Memphis and Indiana NBA games. So you'd get the Cardinals, the Blues, and then some association games, Doug, as well, depending on what games for the Grizzlies and Pacers would be on there. So you can purchase those at the website FanDuelSportsNetwork.com/packages. And so if you're like me, I think you're YouTube TV, right? Mm-hmm. You love the YouTube TV interface, but you don't want to switch off of it. All I've done is I've gone to Amazon, which I'm a customer of as well, and added on the FanDuel package. And anytime the Blues are on, I just go down there. I go to Amazon. That's how I watch the Cardinals now. That's the way it works. Couldn't be any easier.
And FanDuel has their own dedicated app, too, so kind of have a win-win-win situation.
That's right. So I was able to cancel my DirecTV. It's not anything anti-DirecTV. I just wanted to keep my YouTube TV.
All right.
So there you go. Doug, I want to read this text and let you try to decipher it for me.
Okay.
I guess this is a guy that they don't get along with on the fast lane. He goes by the name Piglet.
Piglet. Okay.
Friend of Christopher Robin.
Yes, he was.
That's correct. Hey, Piglet, you barf bag degenerate.
Oh.
The dude said he wanted to play a game, have a contest like the dating game or something, you stupid effing imbecile.
Oh.
Who is Piglet?
This is our baseball bachelor?
Piglet's the one getting hell?
It says, hey, Piglet.
Oh, maybe
but
me.
It comes from...
It comes from Piglet?
But it comes from Piglet.
Oh, God, the text is coming from inside the house.
Did he say he wanted to be trolled? No, he didn't. You're just an a-hole, Piglet.
Oh. And maybe it means Piddles. Well, he has no name.
Oh.
You can't troll someone.
So you think he's writing Piddles, but it autocorrects to Piglet?
Right. That's the only thing that makes sense.
Martin likes to go back in text history.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now, too.
Dense.
He and Kerry Davis have gone back and forth. This gentleman, not necessarily a particularly large fan of a certain kind of quarterback. Probably not high on
he wants
Doug Williams.
Yeah, he thinks they should be wide receivers.
Yeah, he and Kerry Davis went back and forth. So I didn't know that. So Piddles autocorrects to Piglet?
I can imagine.
I don't know. I've never typed Piglet. I'm not sure I've ever typed Piglet to know if it autocorrects.
Blues making the playoffs could be a big help to get people to sign up to watch Cardinal games. How about that? Hunchback of Von Castle. That's kind of an astute observation. See what I'm saying? See what he's saying? Because the first round, if you remember, is always on the local presentation.
Right.
And then we always go, man, how come John Kelly and back in the day it was Darren Pang, now Jamie Rivers, how come they can't be doing the whole thing? But then the NBC and then our audience would always find Patrick Sharp to be really attractive, even though he's a black.
I actually think I might be Piglet now that I'm looking back in the text history.
You're Piglet.
February 26th. I feel bad for you, man, but let's get things straight. My handle is Diamond Head. Piglet is the short, fat, obscene guy you have on your morning show.
Oh, no.
You're not fat.
Thank you.
You're not. Like, that's not like I'm not trying to like butter you up. You're not fat.
I'm
What
fat.
would you
I'm
have
sorry, I'm
said that
short
would
and
upset
obscene.
this guy? You don't really talk all that much.
Yeah, I don't have a whole lot to say, but I'm short. I've been known to be a little obscene at times.
You were at one point a little heavier, but I think you're.
Maybe you and this gentleman whose name
Diamond
is
Head.
Diamond Head, who's sideways with Kerry Davis, Dak Prescott. Probably didn't like Steve McNair. He is known as Diamond Head, but he's saved in the text inbox as Piglet. Okay. All right. You can email in on Piglet the morning after at InsideSTL.com. You can go to 100westdental.com and talk with Dr. Brandon Pryor. And he loves the volunteers and he loves taking care of your dental hygiene. Nobody wants to go to the dentist. He understands that. But hey, you got to go to the dentist. That's just the way that it is. And he incentivizes you with this deal. $1,000 off Invisalign if you mention my name when you go to 100westdental.com or you call 636-585-0100. If you're on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. It's 100 West Dental. Online at 100westdental.com. No dental insurance, no problem. The membership plan aids in the costs of dental work for those who don't have dental insurance. 100westdental.com. Battery-operated boyfriend is not happy. Oh, look at that. Another name on the text line that's effed up. That's from battery-operated boyfriend.
Yeah. Marshy. Happy birthday, Marshy. Texted me that someone named Battery Operated Boyfriend was really mad that I messed up his text name.
I would be happy to be known as the battery operated boyfriend. That's a great compliment. That's a high conversion rate.
Just an hour ago, he said something else. Dumbass Jackson screwed up.
No.
They are just not happy.
Is this getting to you at all?
Nah,
that's a day in advance of the live stream on YouTube during the Missouri game.
That effing idiot Jackson. Battery Operated Boyfriend is not supposed to be my name.
Did you give him the name battery operated boyfriend?
I don't really act like independently. Like I'm like, I'm just going to give this guy some name. Probably sent
You
it.
have put possible burner in parentheses, though.
It's true. That was
How about
just
we
a
block him?
warning.
Let's block him.
Nah. I'll be all right. Happy birthday, Marshy.
Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Next is TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. I want to take the Sports Center update to exclusively say happy birthday to Andrew Marsh of the Fast Lane. Happy birthday, Marshy. That was our Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
That Sports Center update was a birthday wish to Marshy Marsh and his playful posse.
Not much of an update. We'll get through it.
It's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling of the day. Oh, shocker. The token old on the show thinks that going to P.F. Chang's for the finest Asian dining this goiter of a city has to offer, and then heading over to Ronnie's to watch Iron Man 7, where all the GED students and dropouts who couldn't hack it at Melville are speeding their Chevy Cavaliers with racing stripes down Lindbergh, and then hanging out in the parking lot. Giving Fenty handshakes is a fun Saturday night. Hey, jackass, I bet you got a pocket full of Werthers and blow your nose in a kerchief, don't you? You probably drive 55 in a fast lane on the highway on the way to your weekly colonoscopy. The doctor leaves both fingers in for more than a minute and a half. He's just playing around in there.
Okay.
He sniffs them. It's a party. Go listen to Glowworm on your iPad Nano, you octogenarian. Get a life, Vaughn. Don't think, just stink. Who tick wet pink is the emailer there, Doug.
Okay. You know what? He just got himself suspended.
No.
Don't think, just stink. Is that what his name is? Okay.
He's got to win this month.
Yeah.
I think he was the inaugural winner.
He's been suspended a period of 2 days' time for his verbiage, and his name just now went into the suspension log. Doesn't feel good.
Morn. Have you seen Scotty Scheffler's Masters Champions dinner menu? That's right, the annual feast where past champions come together to honor the game's greats. Only this year, the menu reads like a guy who just cashed a $3.6 million check, but still insists Chili's, quote, is actually pretty underrated, end quote. Let's break it down, shall we? Cheeseburger sliders served Scotty style. Ah, yes, because nothing says elite sporting achievement like a miniature version of something you'd find under a heat lamp at a corporate luncheon. Firecracker shrimp, sweet Thai chili, and sriracha mayo. Nothing says elevated cuisine like taking Panda Express's sweet chili sauce and putting it on shrimp. I can guarantee you that Scotty thinks this is authentic Asian cuisine. Wood-fired cowboy ribeye or blackened redfish. Finally, some semblance of fine dining until you realize it's being served alongside family-style mac and cheese and jalapeno cream corn. A true ode to the sophisticated palates of Bass Pro's clientele. Warm chocolate chip skillet cookie. Ah, the grand finale, a dessert lifted straight from the menu of every strip mall chain restaurant in America. Would you like to add a shot of Bailey's for $2 extra? Honestly, the only thing missing here is a round of bottomless margs and a sizzling fajita platter. But hey, congrats, Scotty. Nothing like using the Masters Club dinner to remind us all that deep down you're just a Texas guy who loves a chili 3 for $10 deal. Doug, that comes from Mr. Licks.
Okay, elitist. Mr. Licks.
I missed some of your show today, so forgive me if this was discussed already. Did anyone catch that riveting piece by Bradford Doolittle? Where you discuss very real and totally not made-up stats called collapse rate and breakout likelihood percentage. It sounded like a hungover sophomore journalism student who wrote his midterm essay at the last minute because he was too busy pounding beers at Harpo's. Maybe you guys could spend 15 painful minutes reading that entire article live on the air, word for word, almost torturing your loyal listeners until they simply drive their car off the Poplar Street Bridge. I just don't get it. We support the sponsors. We listen every day. And most of us even have built elaborate shrines for Tim in our bedrooms. But how do you repay us? Martin and McKernan are both going to abandon us on Friday and leave us with Casper, the unprepared host? Thanks for nothing. That's from the JV Golf Coach.
JV Golf Coach.
P.S. You may want to consider renaming your gambling podcast. When I tuned into the spread zone, I really thought I would see Jackson standing spread eagle with... Nope.
No, don't read it.
And finally, here's a rough draft of Libby Jack's Awful Friday Dossier 7.1. Where's Tim? There's a brief argument about what the lead is, but rather than address either the Blues or Mizzou, you take a call from the Festus region, either from a drug barge worker who fathered a child at age 51 or a blind man giving us the weekend forecast based on the superstition of his wife's dead grandma. 7.2, a comprehensive breakdown of Mizzou and Dwake, in which Libby Jack will either be peacocking around with a basketball boner protruding like Ron Burgundy, or will be disheveled mess looking like
A strung-out Thomas Jane from Boogie Nights. 7.3. We checked the Vaughn index. Says Doug lets Libby Jack know what happened in the Blues-Canucks game. 8.1. Joey Vitale will join and spin a yard while talking about anything but the Blues game. 8.2. Mount Rushmore of local Chinese restaurants. 8.3. Mount Rushmore of chain Chinese restaurants to dine at alone. 9.1. Chairman Curtis cut some audio of Libby Jack losing his mind on his Camboy feed. 9.2. Libby Jack reheats some Francesa Nachos and plays a clip that we've already heard, but it's still the best part of Friday's show. 9.3. Opening day is less than 2 weeks away, so we'll talk about the Cardinals. We're still on autopilot with coordinates set for mediocrity. In the final hour, of course, we'll have email today, preceded by a 3-minute segment to make up for being so far behind schedule. But most importantly, we'll finally hear the White Lotus audio Libby Jack cut earlier in the week, but it's so heavily edited that all we hear is something about being insatiable, which brings to mind the insatiable Craig Waterledge. Doug, that's from Buck Swope. That's what we have.
Okay. I'll go Buck Swope.
I'm going Wet Pink.
Buck Swope.
Okay, Buck Swope wins.
No, I'm going with Wet Pink. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Time to go. Bye.